The ROI of a conversion of that first sale is your total sales revenue. All the first sales that you've achieved. We know that much, but then we have to take into account how much money we spent. And I have to take into account what I spent in awareness, and what I spent in inquiry, and what I spent for the conversion of that sale. That's how much budget will be attributed to the ROI of conversion. All the money that you spent in awareness, inquiry, and conversion divided by your total sales revenue. If your marketing department, I've seen this 100 times before, and previously when I used to own my own marketing agency, get hired by a company, I got a $5,000 budget, but I want you to, manage my tech support group on Facebook, community management. I want you to post on social media. I want you to run email campaigns to my current customer base. I want you to run email campaigns to new prospects, and I want to do all these different things. My time is not spent all in generating brand new leads, new awareness, and in getting an inquiry, and in closing a new deal. My time and the budget is being spent in the bottom half of that funnel. So I can't take that budget. It's not a tit for tat. It's not, I spent $5,000 and I got $5,000. My ROI is, I broke even. That doesn't work that way. Your money, maybe only $2,000 of that spend was actually focused on the customer buying journey stages that generate a new lead and a new sale. So you have to attribute the budget where it belongs. So maybe $2,000, so it's $2,000 to $5,000. That's a much better ROI, and not just about reimagining the numbers, that's exactly what happened. The money that I actually spent to generate new customers was $2,000, and I got $5,000 in new sales. That's a realistic number. So when we look at the ROI of expansion, same thing. I have to figure out what part of my funnel affects expansion. So total revenue from my repeat customers. But then how much money did I spend in satisfaction, in keeping them happy, and how much money did I spend in expansion to get them the upsell and cross-sell campaigns, the redirected traffic and retargeting efforts of my current customers that I segmented out. The money that I spent there affects how much revenue did I get from repeat customers. Same ROI of retention. This is the only one where you need a metric other than what we've just talked about on that sheet. The only number you need to know outside of the sheet we just talked about is the lifetime value of your customer, because that's what's affected in retention. The lifetime value. So if I know that the lifetime value of my customers is $100,000, now I'm gonna start a new initiative. I'm gonna spend $100,000 and we're gonna do this massive spend, and it's all gonna be about, driving, to keep my customers, to get them to upsell, cross-sell, to get them to keep buying from me, to get them to keep coming back, to stay subscribed, to keep their SaaS, subscription to my product. I need to know what it was before. What was my initial lifetime value of the customer, and then measure it at the end of this campaign that I want to track the ROI of, and know now my lifetime value is $125,000 per customer versus $100,000. Then divided by the cost of satisfaction, keeping them happy, and the retention dollars that you've spent. Then finally, the ROI of advocacy. This is the fourth bucket where you actually make some money, That's the total sales that came from referrals. This is the only one that we're gonna segment out, where I wanna know the lead source is from a partner program, affiliate sales, it's from a speaker on stage talking about my product, and I can attribute it back to that moment, and then divided by the cost of satisfaction and advocacy. You have to divide where your budget goes based on what you actually did, of where you affected your customer in the buying journey. Taking all of your dollars and saying, well, I spent $3,000 with you and I only made $6, so it was good, but it wasn't enough. But when all of your budget was spent on just maintaining the online portal for your customers, I'd be pretty happy about that. That's a good ROI because of where I spent my money and what I actually did with that time. There's a couple things you have to be able to do if we're going to be able to track the ROI, if we're going to keep track of our profit metrics and our quality focus metrics. Data. You need the information to do all these things. And doing it on a worksheet for the first time, that can be tedious. You're not going to do that every single time. You're not going to be able to sit here and it's not going to do the calculation for you. That's a fill-it-in worksheet, PDF. So we need to use one, reliable sources. Pick your single source of truth of where am I going to get it from? Google Analytics, my company's CRM system, your HubSpot, your Salesforce. We're going to determine how often I'm going to review that data. Is this based on a campaign that we're going to run for 6 months? Is this just the general how much money we spend on marketing in our company every year, and we're going to review it annually and look for the ROI? We're going to update it regularly. Everybody does this a little bit differently, right? Some of us started on Excel sheets, which I know I did 10 years ago. Everything was done in Excel because that's all that I could afford to do, and that was all the time and knowledge that I had. Now, there's tons of managed dashboard solutions out there. There's Tableau, there's Domo, there's Aviz. There's a lot of options where it could be calculating this for you in real time, and you never have to do another math equation in your life. But us left-brain marketers, we actually kind of enjoy that. So we're going to update it regularly, and we're going to get everyone on board with keeping the data clean. Because if you remember that whole buyer journey, marketing traditionally gets stuck in, well, you have the website, you have social, and you're going to do the billboards, and that's what you're responsible for. You know the budget, you know the numbers for that. The person who holds the keys to the kingdom and knows how much money did we make, and all the tracking data could be shoved off in maybe a revenue operations department. It could be the CFO holds all that data, the owner holds all that data. You will never be able to calculate the ROI by yourself, unless you are a solopreneur, you have access to all the data, or you're the owner. There's no way. You have to get everyone on board with, I want to prove what I can do in marketing. I want to prove the worth of what we're doing. I want to keep this person as a customer. I want to get more budget for my marketing department. You're going to have to get them all on board. This is why I want this. I need you to tell me, how many sales did we generate? I need to know how many new deals were closed as a result of referrals from partners. Everyone has to be on board with giving you the data and keeping it clean. Because one social media manager, also the website, editor, and doing 9,000 other things cannot do this by themselves. They have to have access to that data. So let's recap. We're going to write down the tactics that affect every stage of that customer buying journey, all 7 stages. What do you do that affects the customer at each of those 7 points? Then we're going to write down the costs associated with those 7 stages. If SEO winds up in 6 stages of the 7, I'm going to divide my budget. How you divide your budget is up to you. Some people will go, we'll just divide it equally. They all get a sixth of the budget. Others will know that, well, I spend most of my time in the awareness bucket. I'll attribute. This is where it gets subjective to you, right? 75% of it I'm going to drop in the awareness bucket, and 25% of that budget I'm going to drop in the other one. So you decide where it goes. We're going to assign quality and profit-focused metrics at each stage so that we know what's going on. So I know that I'm providing quality work, I'm doing the right thing, I'm on the right track, I'm headed toward those right signs, my key performance metrics, my key performance indicators. I'm going to collect all my data, and I'm going to fill it out, whether it's in a spreadsheet in Google Sheets or in a managed dashboard solution like Aviz. I'm going to write it down, and then I'm going to calculate the ROI because I have the metrics and I have the formulas. I'm going to put those into the system, and I'm going to let it kick it out and tell me, how much did I spend? How much did we earn in that category? What was the ROI? Exactly that way. Thank you very much for your attention. I was honored to be the first speaker up here. I would love to chat with you about ROI for your company, because everyone is a unicorn. No issues with that. My 8-year-old would agree. Everyone is a unicorn if they want to be. So there's a link there. Bitly, remember, is case sensitive. So you can book a time to chat with me for 20, 25 minutes, and we'll just talk about it. Tell me what you want. I'll give you the worksheet, or if you don't want to talk to me at all, you just email me, steph@atomicrevenue.com. Thanks for the chat. Send me the worksheet. Done. And I'll send it to you. I'm happy to do that. So you can come check us out at atomicrevenue.com, shoot me an email, book some time, and let's talk about ROI for your marketing campaigns. And fun fact, I will say that we use this exact model in everything inside our company. I filled out one of these sheets before I came to MARsum. How much did it cost me for the hotel? How much did it cost me to attend in the flight? How much is it going to cost me for food? How much time am I going to spend there? The opportunity cost of me not being at work, and so I could be here. How much money is spent? And then over time, I'm going to calculate what was the ROI of that. How much money did I spend for this event, calculated in those 7 stages, and how much will come out of it in the end? Either nothing, something, break even, right? Either way, it just feels good to be back in person after 2 months away. So we use this in everything in our company. Every single client goes through this, everything that we do, from marketing to the sales group to measure what they're doing and what tools, what their MarTech stack is, what events are going on. Anything that we do, we apply this exact same model because it's absolutely attributable. It's the same for every industry. It's the same for any size company, whether you're a solopreneur or a Fortune 50. This is the exact same process. Thank you so much for your time today. If you have any questions, you can, I think there was a mic in the center. Do we still have time for questions? Yay, okay. Does anybody have any questions? I don't. You guys are so easy on me. I love it. All right, well, I think we're done. If you do have questions or you want to talk to me one-on-one about your situation, I will be here. Just come find me. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Steph, so much for your valuable inputs. Talking about the money, I like it. Can I hire you for my personal life? Seriously. I need some help in that area with my finances. Let's dive in next to the fashion world for a bit. What sets wildly successful fashion brands apart from those that fade away, besides scandalous celebrities wearing your brand? Besides that, what are secrets to lasting popularity in brands? These are just some of the questions that our keynote speaker next will delve into the session. It is an absolute honor to call upon Michael Solomon, best-selling author of Consumer Behavior, Buying, Having, and Being, and professor of marketing in the Hobbs School of Business at St. Joseph's University in Philadelphia. He will be speaking on the topic, Why Fashion Brands Die and How to Save Them. Please put your hands together to welcome him to the stage.
Is my tech working? Oh, yes, it is. Okay. Good morning. And if you'll indulge me, because I think we're running a little ahead of schedule for a change, I want to just stand here and drink in this scene because maybe I had a bad margarita or something. Because I'm standing on a stage and my face is exposed and I'm seeing real people. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. I've been, right? And 3 cheers to the folks here for persevering. Man, I would have given up after New Orleans, which was like a year ago, but they've persevered and we're here to benefit from it. So thank you so much. And if I can find my stuff, here we go. Okay, here we are. Okay, so what I'd like to do this morning is talk to you a little bit about branding in general. I'm a marketing professor. I'm definitely not a fashion designer, as you can tell. But I do a lot of work with customer-facing companies of all kinds, and the fashion business has been kind of a love, or guess you might say a fascination of mine for many, many years. I actually, believe it or not, did my doctoral dissertation on Dress for Success. Does anybody remember Dress for Success? Yeah, a few of the people who have hair my color remember Dress for Success. The gist of it is, if you look good, people think you're smart. So, but anyway, there's been a lot of great work going on for many years about this, and so I want to talk a little bit about some issues that we're all facing today. So let's start with a very quick recap of what's happened to the fashion industry over the last year and a half. And there we go. With signs of life now, certainly, definitely with signs of life. But man, has it been a year. My various friends or colleagues who work in fashion, I just feel bad for them. It's been a very, very hard time. Of course, for all of us, has been a hard time. What are some of the issues? Well, we have a reversal in our prior emphasis on globalization and globalization of supply chains and so on, maybe some nationalism coming in there. Obviously, lots of unstable politics, although a little more stable perhaps over the last month or two, but definitely a lot of stuff going on. Obviously, huge technological changes that everybody in marketing has to deal with. Fear about the economy, and now maybe fear of inflation instead of recession. But basically just fear. You could take away the rest. It's just fear about the economy, and of course, possibly a fashion backlash. We were seeing a lot of talk during the pandemic. A lot of times I would get calls. Well, what's it going to look like in the new normal? And I'm like, I don't know. My guess is I think we're going to see a return to elegance by about 20% of the population. Everybody else doesn't want to give up their sweatpants that easily. So it's going to be an interesting transition, that's for sure. So we had the retail apocalypse, you may remember, and that was before COVID, by the way. So there's been problems for a number of years, and a lot of companies obviously have not survived. What are the ways to make sure that you're still around in 2022? Well, I don't have any magic bullets for you, but I do have some points or suggestions that, in a way, are so basic and so obvious that you'll wonder why I'm putting them up here. But it's always good to remind ourselves to kind of go back to Marketing 101. And by the way, I teach Marketing 101, and you guys are much more awake than those kids are, so that's good. But I've learned never teach a class before noon. I've learned that in 40 years of teaching. So, okay, re-engineer your marketing to show that you understand your customers. Show them that you understand them. Fulfillment is a huge issue right now, obviously something to focus on. Allocate resources. I think our last speaker was sort of talking about allocating financial resources. And address customer service, because obviously a lot of that got disrupted during the pandemic as well. So it's easy for me to stand up here and lecture to you guys. Many of you have actually run successful fashion businesses, so who am I to tell you? I understand that it's easier said than done. But what I would like to do is I do have a perspective from the work that I do with companies on helping them to become more customer-centric. And it's amazing to me, especially in the fashion industry, which frankly ought to know better. I think, to be honest with you, the home furnishings industry and the furniture industry are probably the only industry that's a little even less inclined to think about customer preferences. But there are many exceptions. But what we really need is a better understanding of the customer. So some of the points I'm making I actually took from a book I published last year with Brandon Rowe. He is the host of the Fashion Podcast that originates in Europe. And he and I got together and wrote this little book. And we talk about some of the earth-shaking disruptions in consumer behavior. And these are things that I've been tracking. I write several textbooks on consumer behavior and marketing, and I constantly have to be, revising them. It's not like an algebra book that doesn't change in 300 years. If you publish a marketing book, if you have any examples from 2018, you're history. So it's very, very challenging. So over the years, I've had the opportunity to make some observations about consumers and fashion, and to work with some great companies and do some fun things. But I'd like to start with a story. Actually, it goes back to the earlier part of my career. I was working with a very large ad agency on Madison Avenue, and the client was also a very large personal care products company. Still around today, you would know their name if I told you, but then I'd have to shoot you, so we don't want to do that. So anyway, the particular brand we were working on was a skincare product for women, and so I went around and I talked to the client and the ad people and all that, and I said, tell me, who is your core customer? And, there we go. And to a person, they told me the same story. Well, she's in her late 20s, early 30s. She's glamorous. She loves to go out at night. She owns about 8,000 pairs of shoes. Basically, they were describing Carrie on Sex and the City, if you remember that. And I said, that's great. Everybody wants to have that customer, But just for fun, I actually got a hold of some purchase data, and I was able to find out who is really the core purchaser for this particular brand. And it turned out to be a woman in her 50s who lives alone and has a lot of cats. We call this the Blanche Dubois profile. And so the point is not that there's anything wrong with that, but what I learned very early in my career is that a lot of times in marketing, we think about the customer we want to have rather than the customer we actually have. And there are many stories, you know, the marketing graveyard is full of companies that kind of decided to go after a different customer. They didn't like their customer. You know, think about, I don't know, JCPenney going into fashion, for example, things like that. So what I learned is that empathy, understanding, putting yourself in the shoes of your customer is the single most valuable thing that you or I can do as a marketer. Not just sitting there and imagining, I wonder if they would like this, or having a focus group or two and feeling like you've checked all the boxes. That really doesn't work. There's a lot of biases going on. There's a lot of times it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. We see what we want to see in the data, and that comes back to bite us later very often. So what I found is, and I don't know, I guess it's a coincidence that I came after an ROI speaker, because I'm talking about a very different kind of and your kind is super important. But the type I'm talking about is ROI, return on involvement, and this is a much broader concept, and what it means is that, unfortunately, you guys often don't have the luxury of looking to the next quarter or beyond the next quarter, but that is where true customer relationships are made. You mentioned customer lifetime value. That's what this is about. It's about building a bond with a customer, but the problem is lifetime bonds aren't built in 15 minutes. You know, this is something, when you talk about the financial ROI, you've got to kind of be willing to suck it up for a while if you really want to have that kind of relationship where you can talk to your customers, understand them, and really become part of their lives and who they want to be. So, of course, what we want is we want people, women or men, to fall in love with fashion again. I guess a lot of people kind of fell in love, out of love, temporarily at least, with fashion. And as with all kinds of consumer products, what I found is that the holy grail is engagement. And if you have a really excited customer, you don't have to sell anything to them because they want what you have. I mean, the very famous management theorist Peter Drucker once said, the goal of marketing is to make selling superfluous. Think about that. Why would I have to sell you something where I've made something that you're begging me to have it? I don't have to sell it to you. So maybe my marketing costs go down if I make a great product. So consumer engagement is really at the heart of many of the issues we're facing in marketing right now. When we look at customer experience, which I'll talk about, I'm actually doing another keynote tomorrow on artificial intelligence. I'll talk about that. But really getting customers engaged, one of my favorite cartoons, just, reality TV. Boy, there's nothing more engaging than reality TV, even if it's the opposite of reality. If we could get our customers as engaged as they are in some of these reality shows, we'd all go to Las Vegas and walk around and gamble. I don't know what we would do. I'm having a glitch. Is that possible? Indeed. Mr. Techman. Oh, there we go. Thank you. These guys are great, right? So as we look, if I can get a little academic on you for a minute, our last speaker confessed that she's a nerd. Well, I'm a professor, so I was born to be a nerd. We've seen over the past 20 years or so this transformation in how we're looking at brands and customers' relationships with brands. And basically, some of the things we've seen is that in the traditional view that many of you, especially if you went to business school, you learn that a brand is an asset, a financial asset, that is created and controlled by the firm. That is actually no longer the case very often. Brands are co-created entities, and it's important for you to recognize this. A brand is a living thing, in a sense. It's an idea that exists both in your mind and my mind. You as the manufacturer, perhaps, me as the consumer, and jointly, we decide what that brand's going to mean, and that is particularly true today in the day of Internet 2.0, where everybody and his brother is entitled to share their opinion about what's wrong with a product and so on. Brands exist in the minds of consumers. It's an individual idea, something that I learned. I learned early on that I like Coca-Cola. Not necessarily. Brands live in cultures, and we find that a lot of brands, the meaning of the brand is growing out of what's happening in a culture at a particular point in time. And if you're a student of history, you can look back and understand how, when you look at, for example, clothing styles at different eras in our history, you'll see how they aligned with various kind of macro issues that were going on in the environment, whether it was women's rights or sexuality or whatever the issues were. A focus on what brands mean, that is a very kind of, I hate to say, I'm a psychologist, I'm allowed to say this, it's a very anal fixation on measuring the very specific attributes of brands. That actually is not very often as valuable as, I've got a temperamental guy here. Well, I spoke too soon before because this guy still isn't working. And there it goes. It's got a life of its own. Anyway, a focus from what brands mean to how brands come to mean. That is, a brand is a story that evolves over time in the same way that you and I have stories, our lives that evolve over time. So this more longitudinal perspective can be very, very valuable, especially for brands that are starting out and are still trying to establish an identity. So to give you a quick example of what I mean by fashion co-creation, you all know this brand, Timberland. This is a white bread brand. This is about Caucasian people going hiking, right? I mean, it's done a great job over the years of building that identity and telling that story. However, an interesting thing happened some time ago because members of a totally different market segment decided to co-opt, or you might say participate in changing the meaning of this very white bread brand. And some of you know the next slide I'm going to put up, because what happened is that Timberland also became an icon of hip-hop style, a very, very different segment. And what's happening here is that you have individual consumers who are starting with a brand meaning, and now they are taking that as their starting point, but now they're going to build on it. And so we've seen this with other brands like tennis whites, for example, that people wear on the subway in New York. It's kind of an ironic statement, like, I'm never going to get to a country club in my life, but I'm going to wear these clothes. So we see this happening a lot, and a lot of fashion brands, you may or may not like what customers do, but they're definitely going to do things to your brand. So when we think about building a brand or maintaining an already powerful brand, it's so important to think about what I call brand resonance. And that means the extent to which a brand really locks into who you are. It tells something about, who I am, maybe who I want to be, but I'm working on this project, this identity for myself, and this brand is really, really important to me. Now, if you can achieve that, you can retire, because very few brands are able to truly achieve brand resonance. If I asked you for some examples, however, you could probably give them to me quite quickly. There's the usual obvious ones like Apple, Nike, Under Armour, Lululemon, etc. This is a test because I was so happy about standing in front of live people, and now I can't talk to them. Okay. So there's a lot of different routes to building resonance, and different brands have to do it different ways. We've identified a number of these. I won't go through them all this morning. You can be relieved to hear that. But for example, personal co-creation. I already mentioned co-creation. Does my brand encourage consumers to create their own stories about how the brand has affected their lives? For a number of years, I did a lot of work for Levi Strauss on the psychology of blue jeans, which was a lot of fun. I had the opportunity to go to their headquarters in San Francisco and actually read an archive of letters that they keep and packages that consumers have sent to the company over the last 150 years. And reading some of these letters, it's amazing how many of them are writing to thank the company for giving them a companion that has lasted for so many years. In one case, and I was told this is not uncommon, there was a box with a pair of old ragged pair of what was left of a pair of Levi's jeans after they'd been made into cutoffs, and then parts were cut out into for quilts, because apparently a lot of people feel their Levi's are so important to them they want to pass them down to their grandchildren. And there was a note that said, I've had these jeans for 45 years. I can no longer keep them. Please make sure they get a proper burial. So they sent them home to be buried in San Francisco. I'm not making that up. Another example is intimacy. Intimacy. Do my customers know the inside details? The inside stories about the brand, and that helps to make people really. It's fun for them to follow brands that way, and so Air Jordans have that kind of thing going on. There's a number of others. If you're interested, if you want to go to my website, you can download for free. It's an audit that it kind of gives a list of about, I forget, about 12 or 13 different paths to brand resonance that you might consider. Just go to michaelsolomon.com and you'll see it there. Okay, there are two kinds of people in the world. People who think there are two kinds of people and people who don't. I'm in the latter, but don't freak out. I'm not going to get into a complicated lecture here, but I will tell you that the way we think about our businesses is a reflection of the way many of us scientists, social scientists, et cetera, have been trained to think about the world. And that is in what we call the positivist tradition. And basically, if you're into architecture, you heard of modernism versus postmodernism. Basically, positivism, which is at the root of the scientific method, very important to us to understand what causes what, as opposed to what merely happens when something else happens, et cetera. But what it means is that we love to put things into very well-defined, specific categories. And when we do so, we think that we've understood them. So we love to put, as we'll see, our customers into these very, very specific categories. And if you look around the management or marketing literature, you'll see so many different examples of various models that are, quadrants, and you're in the upper left and I'm in the lower right, so we can't go out tonight, I don't know. Lots of different thinking that basically puts people into little buckets, right? Maybe even in the fashion world. There's a lot of interesting ramifications for market segmentation about this. I'll actually talk more about this tomorrow. But basically, we do the same thing when we segment our customers. We have categories like income and geography and age and gender and race and ethnicity and all those things. The fashion industry, of course, does the same thing. At least traditionally, people love to talk about seasons and things like that. Seasons are kind of going away after the pandemic. We'll see what happens. But the reality is that things that happen in a category don't stay in a category, kind of like Vegas, right? There are lots of things that happen in one category influence things that happen in other categories. So we have, in the fashion world, we see that things that are going on here might influence the design of a totally unrelated garment or accessory or anything else, right? And we know, again, as I said, that fashion is very much a reflection of what's going on in the broader society, good things, bad things, anxieties people have. Way back in the late 50s, Russia launched a satellite. Some of you read in your history books about Sputnik. People in the US were absolutely freaked out because this was the Cold War, and it meant that the Soviets were going to get an advantage and shoot bombs at us from the moon or something like that. And so, of course, as you probably know, in the early 60s here in the US, we had this tremendous focus fostered by President Kennedy on going to space and rockets and all that. And you can see how that was reflected, for example, in the car designs with those cool, huge fins that come out. That was a direct result of the space race, which had nothing to do with automobiles, of course. So today, we live in an era that we call postmodernism. So modernism is all about putting people into categories, trying to understand the world by making typologies and classifications, et cetera. Postmodernism is about the elimination of boundaries, putting things together that otherwise wouldn't go together, like merging different lifestyles, for example. So here we have, this is great, so here we have, based on his appearance, he's kind of a button-down guy, maybe he works, in finance or something like that. It's a stereotype, I get it. But here he is, sneaking away on his lunch hour, and he's getting this great ink from this guy, which of course he can cover up with his sleeve, right? So what we have here is a consumer who's in a lifestyle category, successful executive, whatever you want to call it, but he's experimenting with another. And I submit to you that this picture is very representative of the way many of us are living our lives today, in that we're dipping our toe in and out of a lot of different categories that prior to the last 20 years or so, we really didn't know very much about. Then this internet thing came along. I still think it might be a fad, but it looks like it's going to hold on for a while. So the way we categorize products, in addition to how we categorize people, is super important, even though we don't think about it that much. So I could ask you this profound question: what is a watch? Like that's something, that the answer's obvious, right? Or is it, Well, a watch can be a piece of jewelry. It's ornamental, it can be beautiful, it can be incredibly expensive, et cetera. A watch can also be a tool, right? Wearable computing, obviously a huge deal. We'll have some talks at this conference about that. Well, is that a trivial question? It is if you just like to wear a watch, but what if you're a merchandiser, Where do you put those watches, especially wearables? Where do you put them? Do you put them in the exercise wellness section, if there is such a thing, or do you put it in with fine jewelry? And I've talked to retailers who have had this quandary, especially with computer wearables, because it's a new category and people don't quite know how to organize their lives around it. But what I submit to you, and again, tomorrow much more detail on this, is that when we put people in categories, we block the path to resonance. That is, we're not exploring all the ways that we might create a brand that is really attaching really attaching itself to people. So we want to actually try to revise our thinking to, if you will, look beyond the box. I know that's a cliche, don't think inside the box, but it really is a problem when you just think inside your little category and you think about only your immediate competitors, and something else comes along and ambushes you because you weren't thinking about it, right? So here's an example from the fashion industry, categories that we use, right? So we have athletic wear. That's been around for a long, long time, kind of a blah category, not terrible, but not doing great. We have another category called leisure wear, same story, kind of plodding along. But then what happens? We start to have some big shifts in our culture. About 10, 15 years ago, let's call it the wellness invasion, right? And suddenly lots of people are starting to revise their values around wellness and exercise and eating junk food or whatever. And so there's this huge, this movement that is starting, and a few people saw this, one of whom happened to be the founder of Lululemon, a consultant client of mine, disclaimer. And they said, you know what, let's make a new category. I don't have to be either this or that. Let's create this new category which takes elements, design elements from those other two, combines them together. And you guys know the rest of the story. Half of you are probably wearing athleisure here while you're listening to me. It's an incredibly, successful category. So what I want to do in the time that I have is to run through some other obsolete categories and hopefully get you to think about how you might go outside of the box a little bit. The first is me versus we, that somehow what goes on in here is a different phenomenon than what goes on out there. So back in my day, when I was young, in 2010 or so, we used to say, do your own thing. So there was a focus on individuality, whether we practiced that or not, we could argue that. But today, it's a much different story, right? I've had students tell me on more than one occasion, I didn't know that my boyfriend or girlfriend broke up with me until I read about it on Facebook, So we've become much more public, for better or worse, big ethical issues about sharing data and so on. But the position is, I am who I am, but I want to share that with you now, and I'm going to share it ad nauseum on Instagram and so on. Now that it creates a very, very interesting issue, because for 50 years or so, we've taught students that there's a linear buying sequence that we can pretty much count on for many or most purchases. And in other words, things go through a series of steps, kind of like the framework you were talking about, I guess. I don't have 7, I have 5. The first is problem recognition. This is just the classic, this is what we teach all the time, trust me. Understanding that there's some gap between where you are now and where you want to be. Figuring out where can I get solutions to that problem. Of course, that's why we have this thing called Google today. Evaluating the alternatives that I've come up with, debating the pros and cons of each, because everything has pros and cons. Making the purchase and then deciding whether it was a good idea. That's the classic linear buying decision sequence. Throw it out the window, folks. It ain't working today because what we have today is an always-on buying process, always on. And what we see is that people are basically 24/7. We're getting suggestions about what to buy. We're asking our networks about what to buy, and so on. And so there's a lot of interest now in what Google calls the ZMOT, if you can see there, zero moment of truth. That moment when the consumer actually commits to the purchase. And basically what Google finds, much to its delight, I'm sure, is that the zero moment of truth occurs actually much later in the process than it used to. Because for even routine decisions, especially young people will not make that decision until they get feedback from their buds, from their BFFs. So they're likely, rather than to say, where should I go to lunch down the street, they're likely to go to Yelp and then go to here, go to there. We actually do a lot more work in the internet age than we used to do in terms of researching the various options. That's why YouTube, by the way, good trivia question, we know that Google is the world's largest search engine. YouTube is the second largest search engine. So consumers are using YouTube to search for suggestions about what to buy from your company. And so obviously, I don't have to tell you this, social media has a huge impact on what we do today. We interviewed some consumers for this book of all ages. And so here's a woman aged 29, and she says, my social media friends are the first place I look for outfit inspiration. And so clearly people are kind of tuning into this, into cyberspace, what's going on out there. And what's happening as a result, I think, is that we're moving from the era of me, like in the 80s, self-absorbed me, to the era of we. We crowdsource ideas, fashion companies, some of them do this very, very successfully. Here's that ZMOT, I stole this from Google. You can see that there's lots and lots of activity that's going on well before the customer ever hits the store shelf. So if you're in retailing and you think your customer's gonna walk in the door and you can sell them something, they're probably coming in already knowing what they're gonna buy. They're just looking for the best deal. So you've got to get started much, much earlier in the process if you're gonna have any hope of influencing these people. Oops, sorry. And again, there's this kind of, I'll do it now, I'll check with my friends. If they don't like it, I'll return it because they sent me, eight postage paid boxes to return everything. So what we see is that consumers are tremendously engaged in sharing. It's not enough to like what you buy. Everybody's got to know that you like what you buy. Does anybody know what haul videos are? Anybody ever seen a haul video? Check it out on YouTube after I'm done, please. HAUL videos, it's a whole genre. You'll find hundreds, maybe thousands of them. They're usually younger girls who have gone on a shopping expedition, the Gap, or wherever they went. They come home, they go up to their bedroom, and of course it doesn't count unless you filmed it. So what they're doing is they're taking each item out of the bag and they're holding it up and they're going, oh, here's this amazing blouse I just bought. I think it really looks good on me, whatever. And they just do, that's a haul video. And so if you don't believe me, you can Google that. Pretty common, actually. So what we have is a new moment of truth, as Google likes to talk about, where we have a lot of activity going on, some of it involving technology that's just starting to surface, where it's possible to simulate the experience that many of us used to have. Do you remember in the old days you would actually go shopping with friends at a mall and you would stay there for the afternoon? It's hard to remember, but that used to be a lot of fun for a lot of people. You have lunch, you do this, right? Well, today what we can do with all the online migration that we're seeing is it is possible to simulate that shopping experience of trying some things on to see how they look on your body digitally, or involving 3 or 4 of your friends who are going with you, so to speak, as you move to these stores. That is the new digital group shopping experience. Very, very important, I think, as we go into the next 5 or 10 years. So we're accessing feedback before we buy rather than afterwards. So this woman here, age 21, she says, first I'll search in different apps to get product information, then I'll ask my friends whether they use it. If I think it's suitable for me, I'll look at reviews, and then I start to look at prices. And only then, if it's too expensive, I'll go to the physical stores and try it, and then I'll probably go online and buy it. Don't you hate that, right? Showrooming. So this is kind of where we're going. This is an app. I'm not sure if it's still active. But what you do is, let's say you got a hot date on Saturday night. You take a picture of yourself in the outfit that you're planning to wear. You post it, and your network votes on whether it looks good or not. So you're dressing by committee. You're literally dressing by committee. Think about that. It's just like industrial buying, where you have a buying center, groups of people weighing in on these decisions. Huge change in the way we do things. Part of the problem is that we just have way too many choices, as you all know. Ladies, if you go, to get a red lipstick, is there such a thing? No, there's like 1,000 shades of red lipstick, a tie or something else, the same thing. And this has led us to a condition that we call hyperchoice, which means that actually, and there's a lot of research that backs this up, the paradox is that we think by giving our customers more choices, they'll like us more. The reality is that's true up to a point, but after that, they get so overwhelmed, they either throw up their hands and leave, or they're more likely to just say, just pick one for me. There's 100 here, I just can't. I just can't, the 100 brands of breakfast cereal here, I just can't do it. Which, of course, in fashion is why this notion of a curator is so important. And this is a person somewhere in the system who is a gatekeeper, who is filtering out, 1,000 options to a more manageable 10 or so. So we have these people called fashion bloggers you've all heard of. Some of you may be fashion bloggers. You're curators, and that's what you're doing is you're trying to alleviate hyperchoice. Okay, the second one I want to talk about this morning, moving very quickly, consumers versus producers. Fascinating. These two categories have largely merged together. It's really interesting. So particularly in fashion, of course, we have a lot of user-generated content, but in advertising as well. Many of you remember the Doritos Super Bowl challenge, right? For 10 years in a row, they had, ordinary people making a Super Bowl commercial, often with a budget of under $100, shot in a basement. And for every one of those years, that homemade ad was one of the most successful and most remembered ads on the Super Bowl. So you've got a lot of professional ad people on Madison Avenue not real happy about that. But that is the way that things are going. This was a campaign that Burberry did some years ago, Art of the Trench, one of the first crowdsourcing advertising campaigns in fashion, where basically if you owned a Burberry trench coat, you took a picture of yourself wearing it, you posted it, and then you got to see, how everybody else wore their coat as well. Very, very successful campaign for Burberry. Here we have Etsy, right? Everyday people who are becoming business people. This is probably one of the biggest stories of the decade, other than the pandemic, the gig economy, ordinary people, driving cabs, renting out their homes, making and selling jewelry. Maybe they're selling Mary Kay or Avon, but they are taking on the roles of professionals in ways that we've never seen before. Now, there's a downside to this, because we know that when people take control and get involved in a purchase, we actually call it the IKEA effect, which means that if you participate in building something or creating something, you like it more when it's done because it's part of what you did. Now, I always have a few pieces left over. I don't know whose they belong to, but you know what I'm saying. Some of you, every time you walk by that bookcase, it's not just a bookcase. It's, oh yeah, I made that one. That afternoon sucked. I just made that bookcase, but now it's mine. So that builds engagement, but of course, when you give the keys of the asylum to the inmates, they're going to cause some problems, and this has been a major issue. So consumers are very creative. These are all examples of digital assets that everyday people have gone in and played around with, and I think in some very creative ways. I don't know if Ford and Nokia and all these others would be that happy with it, but you know what? The lesson is, remember what I said about co-creation. You don't own your brand anymore. Get over it, right? I don't think the person who designed this cigarette lighter ever thought it was going to be a piece of mouth jewelry, whatever they call it, but it is. So you know what? There's not much you can do about it. The genie's out of the bottle. Okay, the third one, fascinating, I think. The body versus things that I own. Obviously, yeah, I have my physical body, and then, I buy a jacket put it on my body, but that is largely going away. So for example, you see some companies that are actually using their customers as ads. You were talking about customer advocacy, your brand evangelists. Here we have people who are renting out their bodies. This is for real. Put a tattoo of your logo here, and for $100, I'm your boy. And so you have this literal merging of the body and advertising in this case. Here's something they're doing in Japan right now. So, raise your hand if you're sure. Lots of other ways that technology is getting integrated into our physical selves. So, for example, smart contact lenses. Yes, they can make you see better, but in this case, for diabetics, they're going to monitor levels of blood sugar. So they're doing more than one function, just like those computer wearables I was talking about before. Here we have a product. I actually was involved in working on part of this. It turns out that by the way, there's a certain substance that when you apply it to the skin, it removes cellulite. Anybody interested in knowing what it is? It's an everyday substance, caffeine. Caffeine. And so what some companies have done is they've created it's possible to take a product like, let's say, pantyhose, and turn it into a delivery platform, because what you do is, it's called microencapsulation, where what you don't see are lots of little tiny kind of bubble, you know how you get the bubble wrap you like to burst? Little tiny bubbles that as the skin brushes against, it opens those bubbles and it releases something into the skin. So it could be a vitamin, it could be a medication. In this case, it's caffeine. And so again, you have a product that's been around for many years. I'm not sure how many women still wear pantyhose, but the point is that it's relatively easy to turn a fashion product into a delivery system where it's doing more than one job at a time. Wearable computing, again, this is a prototype for a hoodie that you wear, and the way that it vibrates, different vibration patterns tell you who on your phone is calling, because it's linked to your phone, so you can answer your hoodie. So very quickly, just a few other outdated categories that I think are relevant to fashion, just to get you to think about this a little bit more. Digital beauty versus real. Increasingly, we're seeing that digitized models are making a sensation online. This woman is not real. She is an animation. And so some of you are familiar with a few of the, like Michaela, some of these other internet celebrities that actually don't exist because they're digital creations. Buying versus gifting, right? So in retail, we love the gifting season, right? We love the holiday season. Well, it turns out that increasingly what we find is that when people, it's not that they're no longer buying gifts for others, but they're over the years becoming more likely to also buy for themselves while they're at it. They say, well, as long as I'm here, I've been pretty good, I deserve a gift. And so when you think about gifting in retail, what we call self-gifting, you deserve a break today, as McDonald's says, that is a different purchase motivation than we've seen in the past. Owning versus renting, oh my God. I have, one of my daughters is 32. She works did work in Manhattan. She works for Pinterest now, out of her home. She told me that about 2 out of every 3 days when she was going to the office in Manhattan, she was wearing clothing rented from Rent the Runway. She wasn't buying her own, and believe me, this girl can buy clothes. She was renting, and that is becoming increasingly popular. And of course, something else is secondhand clothing, which, as we know, when Macy's opens pop-up shops in its stores to sell secondhand clothing, you know that there's a big change afoot. Indulgence versus investment. Oh, fashion is all about beauty. It's not about making money, things like that. Boy, has that changed in the last few years. We have, for example, if you're familiar with StockX, you can go on these stock markets, you can buy shares in vintage sneakers, you can buy shares in designer handbags, and you can buy and sell those shares. So increasingly, people are viewing expensive designer clothing not just as a frivolous thing that they like to peek at in the closet, but actually as a financial investment and monitoring it that way. Male versus female, it doesn't get more basic than this. But here in 2021, we know that in many parts of the world, including the US, conversations about this binary classification are just everywhere, right? And we don't even designate anymore male, female on a conference registration. Now we get to say, whatever we are. Facebook has something like 60 designations for gender. So that old distinction, I either sell to men's clothing or women's clothing, for example, that really needs to be rethought, and it's got great potential because maybe you can actually double your market size if you start selling to the other gender, right? So we have here bracelets for men. That's a whole new category for men, pretty much. Man bags. I have one. Everybody gives me a lot of crap about it, and I don't care because women understood this for years. It's nice to have a bag like that. So all kinds of things like that going on. And obviously the models themselves, the androgyny of fashion, et cetera. Some really, really interesting things happening. New startups like MeUndies that have started, their DNA is androgyny. They don't make men's underwear, they don't make women's underwear, they make underwear. Experts versus peers. Now this one, as a professor, people say, I had a student say to me, you professors think you know so much. Yeah, we do. Experts versus peers and all the different influencers, and of course we talk about the erosion of expertise at the higher traditional levels like the editors of Vogue and Cosmo and Women's Wear Daily and so on, no longer having nearly the amount of influence as they used to because they've been supplanted by your BFFs who just think they know more about fashion or fashion bloggers who do know more about fashion, but that these demarcations among these various categories, nobody quite knows what's going to happen to this. But when you're in a business like marketing that's based on peer-to-peer communications, it sure is helpful to get more of a handle on this. Online versus offline. If I'm in a bricks and mortar store, do I go into online or vice versa? No longer a decision. All retail needs to be omni-channel. It needs to be simultaneously online and offline because your customers are simultaneously online and offline. Just like many of you guys who are peeking down at your Facebook right now, and trying to listen to me, you're online and, don't worry, my students do it all the time. You're online and offline at the same time. So why am I thinking about a store that doesn't have any technology in it, So, for example, smart mirrors that really revolutionize with augmented reality the way that people try on clothing, upselling of accessories, and so on. The sky's the limit there. So, and in the online world, by the way, digital fashion is a huge thing. There's thousands of aspiring young designers who don't have the capital to open bricks and mortar are opening businesses online because they're making digital designs, attracting a following, and then perhaps going into bricks and mortar. So that's what I've got. I hope I'm on time. Once again, it's so wonderful to be standing and looking at you all. Thank you very much. Do I have time for questions, or I'm happy to take them? Oh, so we're done. Even better. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you so much. Some really great information. Round of applause for him. Those haul videos, man, making videos of your shopping. I think I missed my calling in life. I got to look into that. All right. The MARsum team believes in honoring and recognizing individuals and organizations when it's due. This is what has led to the launch of our exclusive VIP, if I may say, awards and recognition program. You guys are doing big things, basically, in this room, and we want to celebrate you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to show our appreciation to you and those who have made unparalleled contributions and achieved immense success in the worlds of advertising, marketing, and retail. Guys, what does MARsum stand for? Let's say it together. Marketing, advertising, retail. Who's got the sum? Bonus points. Summit, yes, very good. You're all listening. Okay, you're all hired. Moving on to present the distinguished winners with MARsum's OSO VIP award plaque. Please help me in welcoming up to the stage, as I like to call him, my Vanna White, Mr. Daniel Corliss, venture capitalist and angel investor. Please come on up. We also have the lovely Mo here. She's also going to be helping with our awards. Woohoo! Yeah, she does deserve a round of applause. Very good. So this is how it's going to work, guys. I am going to say your name, and you're going to strut on up to the stage. We're all going to applaud. Photographer's going to take your picture, and then we're going to start the whole thing again, and it's going to be great. Any questions? Okay, let's begin. And I want to just say in advance, I apologize if I butcher any of your names. I promise I do not mean to. Okay, let's do this. Cue the awards music. There it is. And the first award goes to Abigail Laguidao. Please come on up to the stage. Congratulations. These are some really beautiful awards, by the way, guys. Hashtag bragging rights for sure. All right, round of applause. Our next award goes to Amanda McLernan. Amanda, please come on up to the stage. No worries about those of you wearing heels. If you got to walk a little slower, we all understand. This conference does involve fashion, right? Retail, we get it. Congratulations. All right. Please help me in welcoming our next award winner, Amin Bentahar. Amin, please come on up. Did I say that right or am I fired? I said it right? Yes, victory.
I know, it's a very common American name.
Congrats.
Thank you very much.
And round of applause. What a nice picture. Our next award recipient goes to Charles Lanas. Charles. There he is from the back row. Oh, nope. That wasn't him. Was that him? Nope. Some people walking out. Okay, we're moving on. That was not Charles. Our next award goes to CJ Terrell. CJ, please come on up. Look at you going on the other side. Way to think outside the box. All right. Our next award goes to, please help me in welcoming from Clean Swift CO LLC, Marco Olioto. Marco. Awkward silence as we all watch you walk up. No pressure. Congratulations. And our next award recipient is David Tracy. David, it's your turn. All the way in the back row. Come on up. Guys, after this, we are going to go on a little short coffee and tea break. And if you want, you can move seats. You can come on up to our front tables. I don't bite, I promise. I'm wearing heels. I can't move that fast. So please come on up after the break. Congratulations. And guys, little heads up, so the fabulous MARsum team, a couple of weeks after the event's over, is going to be emailing you links with all the information for you to get your professional pictures and pictures from the event, all that good stuff. So heads up for that. Our next award goes to, from Digital Lobby, Kevin Nigerball. Kevin. Kevin. Going once, going twice. Okay. He might be at the pool having a cocktail, huh? If anybody knows Kevin, tell him he missed his big shot. Okay, our next award goes to, from George Enterprises International, Keon Georges. Come on up. All right, round of applause. Our next award goes to Donald Devange. Donald, are you here? Donald, Donald, Donald. Once going twice. Okay, moving on. I'm keeping his award. Just kidding. Our next award goes to Haiti Sperling. Haiti. Nice. Our next award recipient, and I hope I say this right, Invient Group, Christina McCoubery. Christina, please come on up. Okay, no Christina. And our next award goes to, from King Children, please welcome Zahir Zaviri to the stage. Zahir. Power walking, good job. All right. And the next award goes to Kyle Berry. Kyle, it's your turn. Guys, feel free to, of course, take pictures and tag Prism events, find them online, and just take pictures and show this off. Again, hashtag bragging rights. These are awesome awards. Round of applause. Our next award goes to Lauren Petrullo. Lauren, please come on up. Nice wearing white. If I wore white, I'd get ketchup on it in like 2 seconds. Good job. Our next award goes to Ms. Lisa Cashman. Lisa. And guys, a round of applause for our Vanna Whites here, Mr. Daniel Corliss and Mo. They're doing a fantastic job hustling here, getting you your pretty awards. Cute dress. All right. And our next award goes to, hey, I think we know him, Michael R. Solomon. Come on up. We're giving you the special VIP one, that's all. All right, yeah, great job all around. Great presentation. Our next award goes to Noberius from Noberius Media, Alfred Erickson. Please come on up. Alfred going once, going twice. And our next award goes to Noah Eisman. Noah. Noah, are you here? Everybody's at the pool having cocktails, I guess. Okay, we'll get back to them. Our next award goes to Rosalind Robb. Please come on up. Our next award goes to, please help me in welcoming, Sima Colazione. Sima Colazione. I'm so sorry if I didn't say that right. I have a very boring name, so it's just so exotic and wonderful. Another one looking lovely in white. You're very confident, aren't you? Congratulations. Good job. Our next award goes to, hey, another one. We know her well. Steph Hermanson. Please come on up to the stage. Back up, I should say. All right. Our next award goes to, ooh, this sounds like a fun one, from Surf and Turf Golf. Taylor Artman, please come on up. Taylor. Taylor. Bueller. Okay, Taylor's playing golf. Our next award from Tag Collective. Please welcome Daniel E. Chardick. Daniel. You're coming up on behalf of Daniel. Love it. What's your name? Carrie Nogus. Wonderful. From Tag Collective. Congratulations. And can we just take a moment and say what a great fashion outfit that is? That deserves a round of applause, right? Very fashion forward. Beautiful. And the next prestigious award goes to, from the Ascendant Group, please welcome Raul Davis to the stage. Raul. Okay, no Raul. Moving right along here. Oh, there he is. I'm sorry I missed you. You were so close. Congratulations. What a nice photo. Round of applause. And our next award goes to, from Uncommon LTD. Please welcome Yan Spottieswood. Congratulations, Yan. Yan. Okay, moving right along. Our next award goes to Vicente Pimienta. Vicente Pimienta, please come on up. Okay, I feel like I definitely butchered that. Am I fired? Kind of, just halfway? Okay, I'm okay with that. Congratulations. All right. They're kind of heavy, right? They're kind of heavy, the awards. Yeah, they're solid. They're good quality. Yes, they might be gold. I can't tell. It's a secret. In the event that you need to, protect yourself from a wild bear or something, keep in mind you got these awards, guys. They're double duty. And they look good. And wrapping up, a couple more awards. Please welcome to the stage, Verinda Mamundi. It's your turn. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right. And by the way, guys, our photographer is really working it. He's giving you the hot dog style and the hamburger style, right? Long and short. So you're giving them options. That's wonderful. We all need options, right? Especially with our social media pictures. Our next award goes to Jan Javeri. Jan, please come on up. All right, and wrapping up our first award ceremony for the day. Last but definitely not least, please help me in welcoming Lisa Cashman to the stage. Lisa. Lisa, 2 for 2. You lucky duck. Okay, well, there you get another one. We'll talk after. Round of applause for Lisa. We'll talk. All right, guys. Once again, a huge congratulations to all of our award winners and recipients. With that, we are going to take our first coffee and tea break. We will resume back in 30 minutes. Go get your caffeine buzz on. Enjoy, guys. We'll see you in 30 minutes. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. How is everybody feeling? Everybody feeling good, refreshed? Coffee, tea buzz? Raise your hand. Don't be shy. We're in Vegas. All right, that's everybody's just like, yep. Great, glad to hear it. Well, welcome back, everybody. We are going to keep this conference moving forward, and I am happy to announce that we are going to first have we are going to welcome our first panel discussion of the day on the topic, the effects of print and electronic media on popular culture. Ooh, that sounds like a good one, huh? One of the most important carriers in the production, transmission, and propagation of popular culture is mass media. Keeping this in mind, this panel of multidisciplinary experts will attempt to unravel the connection between mass media and pop culture. Please join me in welcoming our session moderator, Faith James, certified personal and social branding strategist, and the CEO and founder of the Personal Branding Consultancy, LLC. And she's going to take the proceedings ahead. Hi, Faith. Welcome.
Thank you. Mic check 1 2. Thanks.
Check, check.
Check. Okay, everyone. How's your being? How are you being right now? When we get ready to have this really important discussion, my invitation is everybody to sit up forward in your seats as I'm asking and we're moderating questions. I want you to be thinking about your own answers to these questions because this gets to be really important. This is one of the most important things we're going to be discussing in terms of impact and influence on popular culture. That means every single person that you connect with, every single person who's a client or a customer is impacted by what we're about to talk about. So, as we get moving, this is the panel discussion. Just make sure you're in the right room. The effects of print and electronic media on popular culture. Are you in the right room? Yes? Okay, great. All right, so my first question for the panelists, and I'm going to have each of these esteemed leaders introduce themselves, say a little bit about who they are, so you understand why you get to listen to them, why they have license to speak on this topic. The question is, as we think about the impact of print and electronic media, we get to level set on what is media. Who is media? Who decides what media is, what it does, how it flows, how it moves? And so with that big, huge question, I want you to start thinking about it. What is media? When you hear the word media, what comes to mind? I'm going to throw it to the beautiful Carrie. Carrie, introduce yourself and tell us what your thoughts are on that.
Okay, am I on? I am. Hi, everybody. Thank you. I am Carrie Karki. I am founder and president of White Box Marketing. We are located in Minneapolis, Minnesota area. So I will tell you, coming from Minnesota to 100 and some degree weather is a change for me, but all good. Thanks, Faith. On the question, I think in my world of being as a marketer 20 some years, I like to think I'm 25, but in my head anyways, media, it's everywhere that we live and breathe. It no matter if it's digital, traditional measures of media today, social media, we all know that. So a lot of what I think that has affected, especially when we're talking about this last year, is, the pandemic, affected a lot of different things. How we look at things, consumerism, piece of that. Also, I was just talking about the symbolism of what is pulp culture, what is the media, and then how do we relate to that today. I know we're going to get kind of in depth, so I'm just going to talk high level on it for now. Sure. Okay. Thank you. Kaylee.
Thank you.
All right, am I on? Hi there, I'm Kaylee Fright. I'm the founder and CEO of Atlas, a tourism marketing agency in Oklahoma City. And so, similar to what you said, it is hot here. It's like a summer barbecue. And so, in relation to your question, I think what is really interesting about trying to define media is historically, before it was, we had different media outlets that we'd get our information from. Because of the rise of technology, now you have digital creators. Now you have brands that are also bringing information. Everyone is now a part of media, and so I think it's going to be a really interesting talk today, just talking about the ethics and regulations and stuff that kind of is involved in that.
Thank you.
Mic check. Okay, good. My name is Becca Cooper-Levove, and I am a brand strategist, and I own Shubu Creative, which is a brand-centric marketing firm focusing on creating brands with purpose and impact in today's competitive market. As we all know, I'm sure all of you would love your clients to have strong brand presence and you yourselves need brand presence. So how do we do that? And it's hard. And to answer that question about media, what is media? I think it's changed. It's changed from a one-way distribution that we think of like radio and newspaper to a shared content, collaboration, and creativity with just regular people are able to now create content in so many ways, and on YouTube and everything else, and Twitter and TikTok, so you name it. I think media has totally changed, and the answer is pretty complex. So I'm excited to talk about it with all of these talented panelists today that we all just met. So it'll be exciting to see what we share.
Thank you. David.
Awesome. Yeah, my name is David Tracy. I'm the CEO and founder of Northgate Marketing, an international marketing firm located in Des Moines, Iowa, but serving worldwide. And I was thinking about what is media, and I grew up in Central America in Panama. My parents ran a nonprofit, and I frequented indigenous villages way deep in the jungle. And I think what was interesting is these people who don't even have electricity, who live in a hut in the river, have media but don't realize it. So they're making jewelry out of Coca-Cola bottle caps, and they're they do get a battery and they'll charge it up to a TV and watch an old pirated movie. And then you realize that the pet monkey is named Jackie Chan. And you're like, do you know who Jackie Chan is? And so they have this one movie that they watch, and they were inspired by it, so they decided to name the pet they all love. And it's weird because it shapes, it's weird how media can shape in its own cluster, and I think media is what people have available to them, and that's what influences them to make decisions.
Brilliant. Thank you. Carrie.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Carrie Nogus. I am partner and managing director of a firm called Tag Collective, based out of New York City. We focus on story scaling, which encompasses everything from digital marketing to social media to traditional public relations and more. It's a fascinating question to ask what media is these days. I think if you ask anyone, they'll have a different answer. Some people think of traditional media relations or social media, or maybe even media buying and advertising. But kind of to piggyback on what David was saying, I really think media is what influences us, no matter what it is.
Brilliant. And for you, what did you come up with? What is media for you? What does that mean for you? Certainly anything that influences or impacts or changes consumer behavior falls under the guise of media, because it influences, it takes you in a place that maybe you weren't going to go. And it's really important that we think about who's at the front of that. So when we think about print media specifically, that's been around since, early American pre-revolutionary times. And journalists, right, were heralded as these really amazing superhumans who could curate the who, what, when, where, why, and how of a story and bring the fact. And if you do anything with financial institutions, you understand the notion of a fiduciary responsibility, right? That they do first all good for the consumer. And that was what journalism was, print media was, when the traditional journalist held the helm. Question for the panel: who could present themselves as a journalist? Is it somebody who's gone to journalism school with a degree, a master's, a PhD, or is it the young woman who captured the footage of George Floyd being murdered on national television for 9 minutes? Is she a journalist?
I'll jump in
Your
here.
talk.
Really quickly, I think that, digital media is really, really going at a lightning speed right now. And we think of traditional media back in the day, and it was print media. Journalists had a lot of control, but I think now social media and the way it's going, everyone can be a journalist in a certain way now. Of course, we have traditional journalists who are verified and are very credible, but it's interesting to see how that's now moved into a segment where with so many platforms, people have so many different ways to speak to the public and voice their opinions, and it doesn't necessarily have to be double-checked now.
Yes, love that. Who else has a thought on that?
I'll just kind of piggyback on that as well. So I think, as a all-encompassing ad firm, one thing that I hear and I see is like, we've got, digital media, traditional media, and there's been such a big push in the last how many years of just everything being so digital. I might be opposite of a lot of marketers, but I really believe in the value, old school of like the whole marketing mix. So if everyone is jumping just on the digital platform, it's saturated, right? Again, I'm not saying that we don't have to be there. Of course, it's a value. We do a lot of it. But again, it's making that influential piece of it. Is it digital? Is it traditional? Answering your question more on the piece of journalism, it's all about storytelling. We hear this every day as marketers. We say it all the time. It's very cliche. We kind of get tired of saying it, but it's very true. We're all telling our story, no matter if it's a brand story, our personal story, our client story. So today's social media, as we were talking about, everyone has a voice now versus like old school where it's just journalism, going to journalism school and being that. I mean, if you even think about media today, no matter what your political views are or not, what's reality anymore? Journalism used to be fact-checking and kind of being midway, right? Presenting both sides. That has so changed. So my challenge to all of us really is like, what we're reading, what we're putting out there, how is that influencing us today? How is that making our decisions change? How is that influencing for our clients and their clients? It's just changed in society today, and I think a lot of it is we're all a part of the story of The Voice on that, and we're all journalists in something, but I think that what we have to kind of go back to is also looking at, are we doing the right thing, and being very smart consumers of stories on that side, and also doing some research. Sorry, that was a long response, but God, I could talk about that all day.
No, and it actually gave me a great, I want to pivot the question to the rest of the panelists. So, the idea of being an actor or actress, when you appear in either 2 or 3 or more commercials, you naturally become a member of SAG. All right, you guys know this to be true, yes or yes? Naturally become a member of SAG because you showed up in 2 or 3 commercials. Should this young woman naturally now become part of the media, get a press pass, access at the White House, because her story, she produced it, her story has now contributed to such a flow, such a movement worldwide. So that's the question for anybody else on the panel who wants to take that. Should she be considered a journalist? Should she have a press pass? Should she have walled-off access at the press briefings? Anybody wants to take that on?
I think there are a lot of variables, and it depends. And I think we'd all like to say, yes, absolutely. But I think nowadays there's that term that's oftentimes cliche of the influencer. And there's the person or someone who maybe had influence at one point for a certain topic, but then maybe they fall back after a time. But then there's those who ongoing have that influential presence. They're regularly sharing stories. They're regularly presenting stuff that people want to view and that people are sharing virally. Those people, I would say, definitely are considered, in my mind, journalists. They're the type of people who are naturally influencers. But there are instances of people who happen to be in the right place at the right time with their phone, capturing something, and then sharing it with the world, and we're so glad they did. But should they be a journalist? I'm not sure. I don't know enough information beyond that.
I love that. Who else? Becca.
Well, it's interesting when you ask that question because I actually did go to journalism school, but I do not consider myself a journalist. And I think about what it takes and having to be objective. That's one of the goals, and to fact check. But piggybacking on what David was saying is that I think that there are some standards to when you're sharing content and you're on a beat and you're diving into the details and you know the facts and you're checking those facts. But on the other hand, this question is so complex because we're all journaling things every day when we're sharing them on Instagram, every moment of our lives. So in a way, we're all content creators and we're all journaling and sharing our thoughts and expressing our creativity. And I just think about one thing is just when we do that, we're influencing those younger than us and those around us. And it's important to think about what we are saying and how we're saying it because we can do so much good with it.
I love that. We're always influencing. We're always influencing. So for everybody here, do you think of that, what Becca just said, that you are always influencing, whether it's an Instagram, whether it's a Facebook, whether it's a LinkedIn, that you are influencing somebody, someone, somewhere, and do we get to be really, really, really focused on how we're being, our beingness? Next question. We're going to talk about mental health. We're going to talk about emotional triggers that may come from print, digital media, people feeling their First Amendment right is to share and show everything. And then where is the responsibility, or should there be a responsibility? Because I have not declared myself a journalist, therefore, I'm not responsible for your reaction. Let's talk about the media, images. What is too much? What is not enough? How are people being impacted by this need to share broadly, transparently? We're praying for the people in Surfside, Florida. There's been a lot of stuff that might be triggering. How do we handle that as media? How does the media handle that need to share, but also need to take care? Who wants to take that? Carrie?
I'll jump in. I think that people really need to recognize what they're putting out into the world, and unfortunately, we're now living in an era where it's easy to throw spigot against the wall in terms of what we're saying and see where it lands. But I think that's why it's so important to really maintain your messaging. We've developed something called story scaling, for example, where you have to be mindful of what you're saying. It's not just about the marketing. It's not just about the PR, the social media aspects. You really have to maintain your presence and how you're presenting yourself personally and for your brand as you enter the world. I unfortunately think that sometimes younger generations haven't recognized this quite yet. We see this whole cancel culture coming into effect as well, which honestly kind of terrifies me. I hope one day I never get canceled, but it's interesting to see how it is evolving and, watching the decades over time. We go from print to digital to now this culture where you can post something in a matter of a second, and even we see things happening from years ago being pulled up from people who are saying things that they didn't quite mean to say at the time. And it's a really interesting world that we're living in now.
Thanks, Carrie. Who else has a point on that? Go ahead.
I think it's really brought to light kind of the, how media has changed over the years. Before, at least for me, like I've seen journalism, the whole goal of it was to not have a bias, was to tell just like the story, like the facts as they were. And because of the expansion of media, now it really is, you kind of hop across that fine line between storytelling versus just telling how it is. And so it's brought up a whole new, as far as like marketing ethics go, back in the 50s with copywriters like David Ogilvy, back then they wanted to sell you happiness when you would purchase something. And I think what we've seen in today's culture is, no, that product didn't make me any happier, or no, that pair of shoes didn't make me like 6 more feet taller. I don't know. And so I think the biggest shift that we're seeing in marketing is people aren't craving necessarily the end goal. They're craving like, essentially, instead of you being the end all for their needs, can you help me at least get a step closer to that goal? And so I think we have to be careful as marketers not to, I don't know how to explain it. And so I'm getting tongue-tied, but not, I don't know, I lost the train of thought. I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
Keep your bias.
Yeah, and so, okay, thank you. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. And so, yeah, as for marketing, you want to make sure that, because we are kind of a mix of storytelling and information, that we have to be really careful about keeping our biases in check.
Yeah, that's really important, this idea of bias, ethics, storytelling, fact-sharing, fact-telling, truth. What is truth? Whose truth? What side of the truth are we looking at? It's a big, massive question when you think about what we've been going through, even on the political sphere, that you look at an apple or a banana and two people can look at it and have completely different points of views, and know that that's happening all over the globe with your products, your brands, your services. And so when you think about the role of media in communicating what it is that your brand, your messaging is about, I want us to talk about my bias, insidiousness of advertorials mimicking the authenticity, the value of media, a story, an article. So for those of you who've ever done that, I want you to really think about this and what that means to you. So we're borrowing from what looks like a news article, because media has credibility, truth, understanding, and we're now creating advertorials to make it look like it's news, to influence for the benefit of ourselves, brands, et cetera. So I'd love for the panel to talk a little bit about advertorials in news publications like Forbes or Times or any of those that are heralded as high-value news, and then they allow advertorials that borrow from, but they're really just selling stuff? Who wants to go?
I'll jump in here. So unfortunately, I think that a lot of people don't recognize the difference between advertorials and organic editorial. It does take a lot of time, effort sometimes to go into securing a story, going through numerous interviews with reporters, the fact-checking process to create a beautiful story, and versus an advertorial. That being said, I mean, if you think about it, it takes between 8 to 13 touch points to really get to someone. So I think that whereas they're completely separate things, it does all play a part of this game and getting the word out and getting your message across the board.
Go ahead, Becca.
Well, I'll make this quick. I just think listening about advertorial and organic content and thinking about from a branding perspective, it's really important to be really authentic to what you believe and who you are, and really dive deep into the truth of that, because why would you shape, I mean, you want to shape things around your audience and what they're thinking too, but try to just stay true to yourself, because otherwise you're putting a message out there that isn't very authentic.
I agree with that.
Absolutely. David?
I think there's something to be said about personal responsibility, and I think we all have it. We are personally responsible for the things that we allow ourselves to watch and believe, to fact check them, number one. We're personally responsible to, I believe, unsubscribe and unfollow people who are non-factual or speaking lies. I love the unfollow button. I think that personal responsibility is really important in those areas. I also think that sometimes we need to be careful to not assume something. I think there's a lot to be learned from a lot of different people and different perspectives. And if we can take the time to listen and understand it before we jump to conclusions, then we can know if we made the right decision before we write them off.
So much goodness. Carrie, go.
I just want to tie in. I think from a marketing standpoint, I've seen a lot of some of our clients going from traditional, ad, print, digital dollars to doing more advertorials. And the reason with that, I think the big thing is the why. I think as marketers for us, if it's for our own companies or for our brands, our clients' brands, is telling the why of things. If people understand the why do they need this product, or why does this company make this decision, or are involved in certain things, telling that story of the why, I think, is really the influential thing that people are searching for today. They want more of that value proposition in there of why do we make the decisions that we do, or why are we exuding this brand, and how does that benefit you?
Yes, absolutely. Simon Sinek actually says it best. Nobody cares about what you do until they know why you do it. So that's a really good provocative question for the entire conference. Why am I doing this thing that I'm doing? I wanted to jump back onto this idea David had about personal responsibility, because I love this topic. And level 4, leadership responsibility, looks like this. I am responsible. Not I'm taking responsibility, I am responsible. So as consumers, as brands, we're all responsible for media and what it looks like and the impact. And we're also responsible for where we get our information. So I want to talk about the political scene for a bit. When we look at the presidential race, anyone, and where people are sourcing information to make decisions on candidates, what are your thoughts on people saying, I get my news about the political candidate from late night TV, a radio disc jockey who's on, Hot Dish now? Let me hear from everybody. This is a question from everyone. When it comes to the political race, when it comes to presidential race, is there a should in terms of where people get information on political candidates, or is it just all fair game? Carrie. New York, Carrie.
I am not one to really tell on the politics side of things. I think at the end of the day, unfortunately, you cannot control everyone, and everyone will continue to have their opinions. That being said, I as David did say, I hope that everyone does take personal responsibility at the end of the day, and that's all I can ask for.
We live in a society with free speech. I love that. I love that. That's not the case in many parts of the world. And that has its pros and cons. I think, though, we also live in a buffet society. We have a lot of options. We can choose from so many options. If you just look at streaming services, how many options do we have? So I do think that it is important for people to have the right to choose what they want to watch and where they want to watch it. But I think that with that personal responsibility statement, I think that we've become a little bit passive and a bit apathetic as a society when there have been things that have been done wrongly, that we haven't risen up. And lately, the people have been rising up and saying, speaking up for themselves and things. But I do think there is a justification for some cancel culture, but I also think there can be cancel culture taken too far. And this is where we have to have informed decisions.
Thanks, David.
As marketers and branding people, like I totally agree. There's a personal responsibility to really look into what we are putting out there, what messages and what visuals, and understand different views. So whether or not you look at one, it's great that we have all these choices. It has helped me personally in my career to look at different views, different perspectives, to dive deep, to interview different types of people, different stakeholders. So when you do put together whatever that piece of communication is going to be in whatever channel, that you have different views and you've tapped into other people's perspectives. So personally, to answer the question, it's probably, I look at different sides and I look at all the different views, but there's different places that I go on the regular where I get my political news. But at the end of the day, I think what I'm trying to say is it's really good to gather those different perspectives before you stake your claim or whatever it may be about your brand or your marketing and your product.
I think so.
All right, there you go. Sorry, I'm having mic issues. And so, piggybacking off of what you said, I think a lot of it has to do with, instead of being so quick to argue, being quick to have conversations. I think we're not going to get away from having all these media outlets, but I think instead of just, okay, I heard it from one place, so therefore it is, we need to not just ourselves be like, okay, I heard this story, let's look at it for another 3 to 5 outlets. But I think it's also important to know, okay, which outlets tend to veer, to the left or to the right or however which way. But then also, both my parents and grandparents are teachers. And so from an education standpoint, I think we also need to be challenging, whether it's our peers, our friends, our colleagues, heck, our own children, just to, when you hear something, just don't take it just at full value, question a little bit, talk about it. And I think that's the biggest thing we can do is just condition each other to dig a bit deeper, not take things at face value.
Yeah, I like that. Dig a little deeper. Carrie, okay.
I piggyback that all the time, even at home as a marketers that we are and influencing other people is, because you read something or because it was published, doesn't mean that it's actual. So as in our own agency doing PR for companies, I can do a press release out, I can get it in the paper or online. I was the one pushing that content. Is anyone fact-checking my content that I push so you read? So I tell my own children, like, because you read that or you saw that doesn't mean that that's necessarily accurate. So going back to the question of personal responsibility is, I too, all of us have influencing out there and pushing content too that you may be reading and assuming that it's all accurate. Of course, from an ethical standpoint, of course we're pushing stuff that is ethically standard, but is everybody else.
Yeah, I love that. And when we think about the motivation, right? We think about the motivation of media, whether it's print, whether it's digital. What is the motivation? Sort of like, using my acting analogy, a director would say to the actress, here's your motivation. So giving her the energy, the emotion in terms of how she gets to deliver the lines and that moment in the scene. What is the motivation for print and digital media? Is it to curate, produce, share information that's going to be for the greater good of the consumer at the end of the day? Or is Nielsen their daddy? Those of you in the industry know what I mean when I say that. It's all about ratings, right? Is Nielsen your daddy? And what do we think it should be versus what it is? Anybody can take that. Go ahead.
I mean, listening to you, when you were talking about ratings, I was thinking, or likes, or it could be getting likes, getting comments. So I think there could be some things out there where the intention isn't necessarily pure. So again, another just something to reflect on is when we are putting out that content, yes, we want to have engagement, and yes, we want to get that attention, but we also need to think about what we're putting out there as well.
I love that. It's sort of asking yourself the question, if only one person saw your post and took action, bought something, did something, would you feel satisfied, pleased, or you're waiting for 1,000 people on it? David, what's your thought on that?
Yeah, and I think that with that term, influencer and such, I always kind of joke with different, I'm an influencer, and you're like, and inside I kind of chuckle a little bit, are you or are you not? And that's not even a right statement for me to have made, because the reality is this: we all influence someone. And so some people may influence millions of people, and they have that many followers or subscribers, depending on what platform they're using. Whereas others may only have 1,000, but those 1,000 people that chose to follow them were people that chose it for a reason. And we have a responsibility to continue to communicate to those people effectively.
Yeah, I love that. We're all influencers. Let that be your key takeaway. Somebody hashtag that on Twitter. We're all influencers, hashtag MARsum 2021. We're all influencers because we're either being influenced or we're influencing. So this morning, I influenced myself, I think, to go downstairs and stand in line for Starbucks coffee for 30 minutes. Right? We're always influencing. Oh, honey, I need X, Y, and Z. Daughter, I need, we're always doing it. So don't think we're set apart. Question, superpowers. Let's think about superpowers. If the media, print, social media, all of it were superheroes, which superhero would you want them to be, and what superpowers should they use to impact the world?
She should have pre-gave us that question.
That was a download. Sorry.
I'll just start it without overthinking this, so I'm just throwing it off the cuff, which is, as marketers, that's what we do. But I'll just pick Wonder Woman, right? Because Wonder Woman is strong. As a female founder and owner, I'm proud of that. I have a lot of staff that are, I'm all for men too, but in empowerment. So I'll pick Wonder Woman just for the fact that she can do all things and she's strong.
And what's her one power that she's using to impact popular culture? And you can make one up.
She's influencing and empowering other people to be strong just like her.
Empowering, love it. Okay, who's got next? David.
I'm a big MCU fan here, so I would say Captain America.
Okay.
I think he exudes compassion, and he exudes a lifestyle of charity and love. And that, yes, he's strong, yes, he's able to do that, but and the way he treats people, he was the thin, short, non-popular kid who chose to save the world. And it's behind all that muscle, there he is. So I think that's why I like him. I think that if we all operated that way, in love and compassion, in how we communicate, we would get pretty far.
I love that. So let's just pause for a moment on that. We only have 2 superheroes so far, but we've got Wonder Woman and Captain America, empowering, compassionate, and love. Imagine content, imagine the news only being funneled from those wells. What would the influence be on our culture? Just think about that. If the only news coming out was about things that are really empowering others in this country and beyond, if it was all about love being demonstrated across the world, if it was really about being compassionate, doing it unto the least of these. Jesus says, when you do it unto these, you do it unto me. What would the news cycle look like? What would our social media feed look like? And what do we think about that? Becca, what are your thoughts on that?
Honestly, I think it would be great if we were all pushing out messages of love and not really getting into, fights and heavy heated moments on social media platforms. And I would hope that we could somehow, move towards a better world that we're living in.
Think about the impact.
I like the idea of that.
Yeah, isn't it great? I think we get to do something about this. Becca, what were you going to say?
I think that it would be wonderful to see people get inspired to take action and make a difference. And while it's important to be informed, because you asked the question of what their job is, I think, we need to be informed and be aware of what's going on. But as of, especially recently, we're seeing a lot of these social activism and awareness campaigns coming out, and it's really driving people to take action. And while on the other side, there's the negatives of all the things that we see, and what does that cause? So while we need to see what's going on in the world, just being inspired to take action.
Yeah, love it. Did you want to give us a superhero? No. So, but listen, I love this idea, and I want to invite every single one of us to take action on this, to do something about this, right? What if you had a day, a piece of content, a day of the week, whatever it might be, where all you're communicating is love, relevant and related to your brand, where you're only talking about empowering things relevant and related to your brand? Just think about the impact. We talk about the effects, and it's sort of like, oh, it's them over there, those bad media, those people. But level 4 leadership is I am responsible. And so we've talked before that we are all influencers, we are all content creators because we have a social media account, therefore I am, right? To take responsibility, to be in responsibility, not even take it, to be in responsibility, to know that I get to do this thing called impact the world for good. I wanted to have each of you share either a moment or a story that impacted you from what you saw on social media. So one of the things we think about is never, ever, ever believe everything you said. We talked about that, right? Because there's this idea that says, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. There are those who ascribe to that way of being, and so being in responsibility, we get to fact check. We get to develop our own sense of understanding of what's important for us. So share, if you would, a story that maybe you saw from somebody's social media, you saw on the news, that really either impacted you specifically. What did it cause you to do? What did it do to you, so we can really bring to life what it looks like when somebody sees a piece of content and the resulting end result, because we often don't see that. Who wants to take a go at that?
I don't know if this is necessarily a full-blown story, but I will say I'm the first who always falls for any sponsored ad in front of my face that is selling me something, unfortunately. And I guess that kind of plays to that. The point that you're making is that you cannot believe everything that comes your way, whether it's on social media or in print or digital, wherever it is. And I've gotten some weird stuff in the mail before that looked nothing like the thing I thought I purchased. So I guess it kind of plays to that as well.
I love that. And exactly. And you're not a victim to the media. You're not a victim to social media. You're not a victim to print media. You're not a victim to, you're a victim to no one. You're a leader. You get empowered. You find your source of information. David.
I'm still trying to formulate that answer because there's so many different stories. Yeah. I will say that recently there is one account on Instagram that I've been following now for about 7 months, and it has nothing to do with reality. What was that? It has nothing to do with reality, and basically it's a woman named Tara Milk Tea. That's the name of her Instagram handle. She's beautiful, but she's creating like a heightened reality through her photography. The color blending, the way all the photos blend, and she creates an entire experience that heightens beauty that is already there, but collects it together in a way that makes it very, very mesmerizing. And so I like that because I feel like with as much reality as we have in the world, yes, there's real problems in the world, but there are certain influencers that show us the beauty, and that's what I like.
Awesome. Love that. Becca.
Gosh, it's such a hard question, but I've been influenced by a lot that I've seen from things that are even, I'll admit, like superficial things, like beautiful homes on Instagram that are decorated to the nines. I'll be the first to admit that I've looked at those and then done things in my own home. But then, from something that's a little more deep, I was influenced by seeing an organization called Raising Kindness where they were influencing or teaching children to do good in their community. And I just thought that was so interesting. Like, we should definitely be getting our kids out there to give back to the community. So I saw that, and then I went to an event. Like, I just went to it and I showed up, and I don't know if you ever heard, like, just show up, because it can just change your life. So I ended up getting really involved in it, and I made really great friends, and my kids are involved, and they help give back and do activities where they learned that. But again, like I said, I've been influenced by other things that aren't as impactful, and I've purchased things like you have that ended up to be great or didn't. So I think every day we're influenced by what we see 24/7.
I love that. And so now you get to see the impact of actually using your superpowers for good, whether you're a brand or a marketer. And on Becca, the resulting impact, she went and she joined this event, and she's now adding, right? So there's no such thing as perfection. We're striving for excellence, not perfection. So she's added this new role of being a philanthropic, society person, whatever you might want to call it, as part of your being and how you're expressing yourself in the world. And I think that's one of the big ways that print, digital, social media can impact popular culture, is we can be impacted for good, right? It's not just about the bullying, the image, you're too fat, you're not fat enough. It's your ways of being. It's, Black Lives Matters, or it's not, or it's Blue Lives Matters, right? We can go there. It's easy for us to go deep, deep in the well.
I will say there's this one story that did touch me recently, HBO Max. It was a meme, and it kind of brings it full circle. Pop culture is no longer just music or fashion or entertainment. It could be a meme. It can be a moment. It could be anything at this point. And the HBO Max example recently, where an intern blasted an email to this specific mailing list, and this meme went viral about people sending in their love to this intern and understanding and say, hey, we've all been there. So those kinds of stories make me really happy.
It's beautiful. And then when you're happy and you're raising your vibration, then you go do other magical things in the world. So it absolutely gets to be possible. So if you're thinking about, for your brand, for you, what are the things that you get to do? You just got some really brilliant examples, very simple. There is one gentleman, I'm going to say on LinkedIn, he's got like 600,000 followers. Himanshu Ministry, I think it's called, I'm not saying it properly. But he's in financial services, and you know what he posts every single day? Who knows? Shout it out. What does he post? Memes on? Thank you, leaders. You're leaders. Let me hear that leader voice. Shout it out. What does he post on? Kittens and dogs. And from a branding standpoint, most might say, oh, that's sacrilegious. How dare you? Don't do that. You're going to damage it. And he's got so many people, because what he's doing, he's using his influence. Did I tell you he's got 600,000 followers on LinkedIn? Yeah? And he's using it to just spread love. A little duck and a little puppy hugging together. Aww. Spreading good. Feeling good. You walk into your boss's meeting, you're like, oh my gosh, this is great. Everything's wonderful. Just you saw a duck and a little puppy having a meeting, making it work, you think, I can do anything with this boss. I can make it work if a little duck, right? So see the power. This is why I keep saying we're victim to no one. Let's turn to the topic of the female body. Loads and loads of opinions and thoughts, and what is good and good enough, and what should and should be, and the media right there, just building it up, making their points be known. When it comes to how a woman, and David, I'm going to assume that you have some knowledge to speak to this, I'm going to include you in this, of what is appropriate, what's not appropriate, what should, does the media get to play a role in that for women or not? Who wants to take that? Carrie, go for it. I see you're taking your mic.
I'll jump. Of course, we all know that starting from like back in like the catalog days of Sears Roebuck, Dixon, the old catalog. Some of you are probably way too young to even know what that is. But going back to like what we put out there influences us. So if we're looking at a print ad, this woman looks beautiful. I want to look like her. I want to be thin like her. I want to be whatever that is. Have hair like her, skin like her, or him. Sorry, him and her. What we're putting out there, we relate to that. Again, it's that influencing piece. So I think a lot has transitioned, obviously, in the last how many years, where the look for what was quote unquote out there as beautiful has changed. We're seeing more ads showing different sizes of men and women, showing different ethnicities, showing collaboration. So again, just all that it's very much changed to saying, here's the perfect figure of what we should all look like. We're trying to get out more things, even with clients and things like that, showing diversity much more than than maybe what they have, and or showing different body styles and things like that. So we all have an influence on that.
Awesome. Who else? Should media have a role in that? Should they even say what's good? Because here's the one thing, whether you're judging good or judging bad, you're still in judgment, and judgment is not a place to be. We just get to notice. Oh, I get to notice. Oh, she likes to wear her hair long. Noticing, not, oh my gosh, she absolutely should cut her hair short. That's not appropriate for this place, this way of being. What are some thoughts on that?
Well, I love my wife. And I have 4 daughters. And so it is a topic that hits home. I think that in marketing, we recently did some fashion photo shoots. My wife was modeling. And we had the conversation with our daughters about what is beauty. And what is beauty anyway? It is in the eyes of the beholder. Now, are there certain standards that we've now adhered to in society that this is beautiful because we see it on billboards, we see it on magazines, or is beautiful an elderly lady sitting in a nursing home with beautiful blue eyes? Or is beautiful a pregnant woman in an indigenous village where I grew up? I think beauty is everywhere. And what I want to teach my girls is that they have value and they are beautiful because they are. Not because anyone defines it for them or anyone says they are. They are beautiful because they are, and they were created that way.
Absolutely. God says we're fearfully and wonderfully made. Done and done. No distinction needed. I love that. I love that. We are beautiful just because we are. Period, done, end of story. So as we come to our remaining 5 minutes or so, I want to find out from you, is there anything, any aha, anything that's opening up for you as you think about your business, your brand, your role when you leave here from this conference? What are you going to do differently? Are you going to take this idea of I'm not a victim to print, digital, social media? I mean, so many people's like, oh, I'm getting off, because why are you getting off? Why are you getting off? Social media is a business tool, and people don't get to run you off the road. When you're in your leadership, when you stand powerfully, you understand that. You have access to 6+ billion people with your message, and you don't let anybody run you off the road. But you use it in a way that works so well for you. What's coming up for you? What questions do you have for this esteemed panel to help you break through, get to an aha, get you to a place where you're taking some action come Thursday? Not, I went to this amazing conference and it was wonderful and I forgot everything that they said. Somebody share for me what's opened up for you, what's landing, what's landed, what do you get to take away and start actioning? Anybody? What was that? Yeah, any question? Yeah, and did you have any questions? And I want you to notice, just be noticing right now, right? You're leaders of leaders in a conference that is your industry where you are thought leader, and you have the opportunity to stand, say your name, your company, and ask a question, and we're sitting. So what is the influence? So just stand up, because I can't see all the way to the back if you're raising your hand. But ask a question and notice, is it judging that we're worried about not asking a question? Yes.
Somebody.
We're coming. The spotlights are really huge. I can't see your face, so I'm looking for movement.
Hello. This
Hi.
has been really, really great to listen to. Thank you. My name's Lisa Cashman, and I run a marketing and PR business. And I would just like to know, I have a lot of clients that want influencers. They don't know a lot about them. But I was wondering if you guys had a grid system or qualifying tool or maybe some tips for us on how you qualify influencers. I get probably 10 to 15 to 20 influencer emails a day saying, please let me, be an influencer for your brand. And I would love to know how you guys qualify them. And if you say, okay, these ones are always good, obviously you have the number of followers, give me the inside scoop on how you weed these people out. I feel like everyone wants to be an influencer, and it's getting a little old.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Let me just say, from a basic standpoint, do they align to your brand values? Do you know, number one, what your brand values are? So if it's equity, if it's empowerment, if it's freedom, and then you look to see, mirror match, have they done anything that's empowering or freedom-like in their way of being? So forget about the numbers. The numbers will come. This is sometimes we get so stuck on the numbers. Do you have 30,000 followers? But what type of followers? That's the key, right? When you think about brands that use Hollywood actors who are not aligned, that brand disruption is so damaging to that brand because they chose just based on the numbers. Oh, they have this much influence versus are they aligned? Would I let my daughter marry this brand? Son marry this brand? So anybody else want to give some additional things? But certainly mapping to brand values, huge, key. Never leave home without it.
I think a big indicator is engagement. So are the followers engaging with the content? What are they saying about it? Or is it a bunch of fake accounts? Because that's also a thing. Or what's being evoked through their content for those who are following? I think you can learn a lot about that influencer based on the comments from the people. If they're giving positive feedback or they're reacting negatively or whatever it is, that's a really good indicator if that person's the right fit for you.
I love that, and that's a good reminder, David. One of the things that I do at my agency is we do a social media analysis, so we pull the person's name from Facebook, Instagram, wherever, and we run. So not just brand activity, because somebody could look like they're really killing it on social media. But when you do the engagement and you do the statistical analysis and you see, yeah, they've got a lot of stuff out there, but there's zero engagement, zero applause, zero shares, then you know. So you want to have some tools and some information. So I'd be happy to share that tool that I used with you. But yeah, you definitely get to figure out if they have got real people. I like to say, if you want to know if you're a real leader, look behind you. If nobody's following you, you're just out on a walk. So you get to find out if these people are really leaders or they're out walking. Thank you for that question. I appreciate that. Anybody else before we wrap? Look at our time. I want to be in excellence. We're already over. Anybody else get to say who their name is and their company?
Hi, oh, that's loud. Hey, I'm CJ. I'm co-owner of Chatfully's communication platform. So, question on the social side, with the swell of social influence preferences online, people kind of yammering about their opinions and everything nowadays, a lot of them can be customers too, or users if they're not paying, depending on how you define it. Point being, at what point do their preferences or decisions become more important than what the internal team is deciding for them to say? What are the variables that you would consider in terms of weighing those two audiences?
That's my time. So I'll answer this last one, and then come find the panelists at the conference and ask them more questions. They're really, really inspired individuals. I will say this, Steve Jobs, everybody knows Steve Jobs, abhorred research. Because intuitively, instinctively, he knew Apple was all about design, ease of use, and they just happened to make computing equipment. And he knew that within the core of who he was, and he just held firm to that. So you get to be decided and resolved. You get to build your business model. You get to see what that vision is and anchor to that. Just like when you think about Nike, what is a swoosh? Like who knew what a swoosh was? What is a swoosh? But Nike imbued meaning and energy and emotion into that, and now we all rally and say, yay, swoosh, let's just do it. So you get to be really fearless and resolved in your brand strategy and your ways of being. Panelists, anyone want to take that last one before? Okay, that is our time. I thank you guys so much. Thank you for being so engaged and so full out. This is a really important topic. You get to make a meaningful impact with the media that you have, and go for it. Thank you guys.
What a fantastic panel and intriguing topic. Great job, guys. Thank you so much. And with that, my friends, we are going to take our lunch break, 60 minutes. We will be back here right after an hour. Please enjoy yourselves, and we have lots more MARsum awesomeness coming up. We'll see you in an hour, guys. Enjoy. Good afternoon officially, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you all enjoyed lunch and that scrumptious meal. I know I sure did. We have got a lot of greatness coming up for you this afternoon, so we are going to jump right on into it. So we are going to move forward to our next keynote session, and I'm really excited for this one because it's a very interesting topic. The session is called Ad Fatigue and Banner Blindness. As you're aware, these two are major challenges that advertisers face with their campaigns. By means of this session, the keynote speaker will chart out ways through which you can keep these issues at bay and craft ad campaigns that inspire and engage. Please put your hands together to help me in welcoming Rinda Mamundi, founder of Excellent Solutions, a performance-driven marketing firm.
Thank you. I can't see you guys. Great, good. All right, so. Not on, oh. Okay, so I was told to. Hold on. Oh. Is this better? Perfect. So I was told to present after lunch, and that made me a little nervous, not gonna lie. Everybody, at least for me, after lunch, I'm kind of like, gotta take a little time, right? So, disclaimer, this presentation is gonna have quite some videos, and hopefully you will gain quite some helpful tips to grow your marketing. So who am I? My name is Rinda Mamundi, and I am the founder of a performance marketing firm in the Valley of the Sun, Arizona. Go Suns! Our focus is when any advertiser or any marketer or any business spends money, our focus is, as you heard in the first session, ROI. What can we do in terms of messaging, in terms of creative, in terms of strategy, optimizations, to make sure that you are getting way more return on your ad spend or your marketing spend. So without further ado, some statistics, because that's how we start. So according to HubSpot, ad fatigue focuses or occurs when people really get bored with any kind of ads. Like, how many of you here shop at Amazon? Show of hands, please. Yeah. So if you don't buy something, you know how Jeff Bezos follows you around? That's kind of creepy, but it's kind of tuned us as people and as purchasers to kind of go blind to such advertising. And our ad campaigns become less effective. Users don't move down the sales funnel like we planned. And ultimately, as we spoke, hurts our bottom line. We need money out of this. We need sales. So when we speak of ad banners and ad fatigue, what do we really think? Billboards? Any input? Our ads these days show everywhere. So it's not necessarily just an ad. It's not necessarily just video. It's not necessarily just a radio host saying something. It's even your social media, your profiles on social media that really is a representation not just of you and your brand, but also a platform in the sense of an ad and has the same kind of an impact in many ways. So here's some numbers. Videos, and as we heard earlier today, YouTube is the second largest search engine. You'd think Bing would be, but wah, wah, wah. So video shared 1,200% more than text and links combined. And then adding videos to your email marketing actually increases click rates by 300% and open rates by 73%. Who wouldn't want that? How many of our emails just go into spam, not spam, but how many of them go unopened? a significant chunk for some of us, right? So we need to get more creative on how can we reach these people and how do we get our ad or our message or our promotion or the benefit of our brand and our product in front of these people. Some more numbers. Sorry, that got cut off. But 70% of users ignore. They ignore sponsored searches because like we heard in the panel earlier from Carrie, people don't understand the difference for the most part. The regular user doesn't understand the difference between organic and paid. And so a lot of them just get ignored, you know? How is it that people are ignoring these ads, but then it's predicted that ad spend is going to increase to $375 billion? How is that possible? People are ignoring, but businesses and brands still choose to spend that, right? It's because a lot of brands that have identified the formula of success for themselves have hit the nail on the head and continue to leverage that. And it's not rocket science. So a lot of us also, when we do, how many of you here do Facebook marketing or Instagram marketing? Yeah, decent chunk of you guys. A lot of you, how many of you actually take into consideration not just demographic information, but more psychographic and behavioral information? Yeah, so that was almost cut by half. That's a key metric. Do we know that, you know, if I am your target audience, yeah, I'm a woman who is, you know, from India, who's got her education XYZ, who makes so much, who lives in so-and-so zip codes, all of that's fine, but how do I interact with you is more important, and that's the information that you need to dive into as well. 88% of customers who search for local businesses will actually go and visit that business or make some kind of interaction with that business. So you don't need to have a website, but at least be online these days, right? It's important, especially after the last year that we had. Gosh, that was horrible. So how do you identify and how do you measure ad fatigue? Like, now we know people getting bored, they're not watching our ads. We know, how do we know that? And what are the telltale signs that we need to fix something, right? The engagement's lower, our click-through rates are lower depending on the type of ads you're running. Ultimately, conversion rates, so the desired action you want from that ad is really not progressing or it's declining. Okay, that's a red flag. Lower impressions, because many a times these algorithms, it's a numbers game, right? Like the panel was talking about ethics and numbers, but the algorithms, it's a numbers game for the most part. You get how many likes do you have, how many people follow you, how much of that is engagement. So if you're not getting that, you're not going to be shown as much, plain and simple, right? And then ultimately your return on ad spend or marketing spend, right? That has to keep growing. You can't stay stagnant if you're putting in more money. So this is an interesting, point, is effective conditioning. How many of you have or remember any kind of laundry detergent ad? What do you see? Do you see kids? Do you see flowers? Do you see birds? Do you see green pastures? That has nothing to do with laundry. Nothing whatsoever. But marketers use effective conditioning because they want to train your mind to think of a brand with something that you like. And that's one pro tip of making your ad successful. Get something that people like. Like, we had someone who had 600,000 followers on LinkedIn. They post nothing about their brand, but they post kittens, and kittens are always, aww, So speaking of effective conditioning, we skipped. There was a video there, and so Budweiser, and I don't know why the video isn't showing up, but Budweiser for Super Bowl had this ad of this puppy, right? This puppy and this horse and this friendship. How many of you remember that? Super Bowl ads. I would highly recommend YouTube it, say Budweiser puppy horse ad. Anything with puppies, right? But it's so crazy because beer in that ad is shown once at the end. Everything else is the story of this puppy and this horse and how this puppy gets lost and the horse finds it, and it's all about friendship. There's no conversation about hops, about the beer, nothing. But it was one of the best commercials during Super Bowl time that Budweiser does it. And Budweiser since then has always stuck to that formula of effective conditioning. People respond to puppies, people respond to horses and animals, and a man in rural America, let's do it. and it's been their formula for success. The other thing is humor, right? This is probably my favorite slide here. Wendy's and McDonald's. It is hilarious how this brand, Wendy's, has challenged. Who doesn't like competition? Come on now. Right? Healthy competition, especially when it's there for the whole wide world to see. I mean, what's Twitter for anyway, right? But it's crazy how Wendy's roasts McDonald's, and not just McDonald's. Wendy's will roast anyone. Wendy's has a reputation for that on Twitter. But people go and follow them and choose to be their ardent fans because they set this tonality to it. It is hilarious. Your tweets are as broken as your ice cream machine. Come on now. Like, this is hilarious. So sense of humor, right? Having that, we can all speak about color psychology in ads. We can speak about phrases to use in ads, right, to get more click-through. But ultimately, what do people want if they're watching you, if they're following you? They want to feel good. And sense of humor, especially in this past 1 year, we all know, Lord, we need this, right? And then be real. Hulk can get an ouchie too, right? He's good, he's strong, he's mighty, but he can get an ouchie. Band-Aid, this stood out to me like, I was like, yeah, even my daddy had an ouchie. My mommy gets ouchies, I get ouchies, I want a Band-Aid. And then they go and they put all those little cartoon characters on them, and then, oh, you're sold. Your kid wants that Band-Aid only. Not the plain white one, not the plain brown one, that one with the pink fairy or the blue monster or whatever else it may be. I don't have kids, so. And Inspire, I'm sorry, I don't know why the videos aren't showing here, and I was so excited to actually show you this. Nike has an amazing, amazing set of ads that they do, and this one was finding people from around the world, right? Finding people, regular athletes, not athletes. Of course, they do sign big athletes too for a bunch of money, but even regular people and kids. And I'm so sorry that the video is not coming up here, but they do an amazing job at inspiring people, you know? We go to our workplaces, we come back, we have families to feed, we have goals to reach. We want something to make us feel good, to inspire us, to tell us that, yes, we're doing a good job, yes, we can do tomorrow, and we can kick ass tomorrow, right? Who doesn't like to be appreciated here? Any of you here, if I tell you, wow, that was amazing, you look amazing, you have amazing shoes, wow, that tie is beautiful. Anybody gonna be like, oh my God, I don't like you. That's not cool. No, everybody loves to be appreciated, whether it is physically, whether it is for the way you think. And Nike does an amazing job at doing that, right? So again, with ads and banners, you have to have points that will touch people and be relevant to them and inspirational. We know, especially with all the digital clutter that we have today, how many of you here have inboxes that have 0 emails that are unread? Oh, we have 2 people at the back. That's scary. Sorry. No. But that is truly digital clutter, because at least for me, I know I have over 2,000 some emails, because I just go sign up for this promotion and that product and this, and I don't follow any of them. I don't even care to unsubscribe. Same thing with social media feeds, right? How many of us actually genuinely follow and get something out of the people that we follow? Like, so we need to find points that trigger positive emotion to make ads memorable. Stand for something. Again, my apologies, I was so excited. Video's not showing, but Ben & Jerry's is also a very, very vocal brand. You either like them or you don't, right? Their ice creams are delicious too, but if you don't like their ads, you're probably not going to eat their ice cream. But they're very vocal about who they support. Politically, they're very vocal about the causes they support, right? There was this really, and you can tell that the budget for one of these ads was really not crazy. They literally had some of their ice cream melting, and they kind of correlated melting ice cream to climate change and how their brand supports that cause. Now, you may or may not believe in it. We're not getting into that. The idea is creativity doesn't have to be expensive. You know, we heard from one of our presenters earlier today, right, with, what was it, the Burberry coats, right, where you use content that people have posted. That's not very expensive. That's very creative. People want to be involved. People want to be heard. People want to be influencers. And if that means that my image is going to show on a Burberry ad, heck yeah, sign me up, right? Tom's does this too, where they say, buy a pair, we'll donate a pair. So they're very vocal about the causes they support, what they believe in. And it's not wrong to have something you stand for. We all have that, and our brands should too, because that's how people will resonate with us. If we're just going to be floof, maybe our ads will look all pretty, but I would like to see the numbers behind that and the data behind that. And then, do good, right? Domino's had this amazing campaign that they ran, I believe it was early 2000, like 2015, 16-ish. And this was really cool. If you look at their ad, I mean, their videos too, it's like this camera inside this pizza box, and the pizza's going nuts because the driver's going over potholes, and it's saying, well, your pizza's ruined. Don't blame us, blame the potholes. So what did they do? They decided to actually work with municipalities, paint their brands on their trucks, fill up potholes, and at the end of, on top of every pothole, what did they do? They branded it with the Domino's logo. And that was so cool, because then people in those municipalities, who do you think they would have gone to? Domino's or Pizza Hut? Domino's, for sure. You're helping my community, you're making the roads safer, and you have fun videos, and everywhere I look, it's just Domino's trucks. And that's not how a Domino's delivery truck should look, right? So you're creating this kind of like, what has Domino's got to do with that? But it was ingenious to actually do something and help doing good. A lot of brands these days will really try so hard. They try so hard to go viral. You're not going to go viral if you actually put in a conscious effort. Just do something good. Inspire people, motivate people, encourage them to want to know more about what it is you're doing. Create some kind of, be a muse in a sense, right? Make them get more inquisitive about what it is you're doing. And for sure, you know, you'll get there. Oh, yeah, what happened to the videos? Yes, please.
Delivery drivers are experts at handling bad roads. But those roads shouldn't ruin your pizza when you carry out. So we're doing something about them, starting with this one. If your drive home is rough on pizza, tell us at pavingforpizza.com so we can fix roads across the country. Then carry out large 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
How cool is that? You know? So at the end, I would like to just end this whole conversation by saying, in a world full of game players, the only way to set yourself apart is to be a game changer, right? Be different, be inspirational, be positive, because we can look at the numbers, and if you go after very analytically trying to code your ads, many a time you'll miss it, especially in today's social media age, you know, digital age, where people are eating, what is it, cinnamon with what? With watermelon? That's the most recent challenge. I don't know how that caught on. What is wrong with people? But, oh well. So think about something that will inspire. Think about something that makes people feel good. Every time, and I actually, this thought came to my mind earlier today. Every morning, I get woken up with, I'm not going to use the news channel name, but one of this news channel where I asked for notifications. I didn't say they have to be negative. I kid you not, I have been counting this, and for 22 days continuously, the first headline I get is someone was dead, someone was killed, something fell, something crashed, someone shot a gun, and I'm like, Jesus, I do not want that. I don't want to wake up to that. So guess what I did? I just deleted them. I want something happy. So now I wake up to a joke a day, and it's amazing. And, you know, kittens and puppies do work, and if done right, you will see that kittens and puppies will get you conversions, revenue, and a lot of followers throughout the life of the brand. Any questions? Any comments? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Right? And you remember them for that. That's the whole point of an ad, is you want to be remembered. You want to be remembered, because if you're remembered, people will share you with everybody else, and everyone else goes, looks at things, and then what happens? They're going to come, someone's going to come to your social media, someone's going to come to your website, and you're going to have a new customer for the most part. Anything else? Sorry, I'm not trying to be a weirdo on screen, or I mean on the stage here, but any other questions? Well, that's my time. I hope you found that helpful. I gave you some numbers before, and I was like, I didn't want to drown it in numbers. You guys can do your research. I know that. This is a qualified team here. So have a great rest of your day, guys.
Thank you so much, Verinda. That was awesome. Great job. Now we have our next panel discussion lined up on a really important topic, e-commerce versus traditional marketing. Let the debates begin. Such a relatable topic and so relevant, of course. Which one is better for your business, though, is going to be the magic question and the question of topic. Which one will help you grab maximum eyeballs? What are the pros and cons of each? Get answers to these questions and make sure you take notes. This is going to be a good one, guys. We've got a great panel of experts to help you as well with this. To initiate the discussions, I would like to call upon stage our moderator, Tom Oser, CEO of Pipeline Strategies Consulting. Please come on up.
Thank you. Thank you. Is this lab working? Can you hear me? Excellent. Well, panelists, why don't you come up, and then I'll introduce you as you're up here, because it's going to take a little time to come up. So all five come up, and I've got some suggestions on where to sit because of where you sit in the value chain. So Ali, grab the second chair here. Danielle, would you take the furthest chair over to the other side? And then is Lauren Petrillo here? Lauren, would you take the seat to the left of Danielle? And then you sit to the left of, to the right of Danielle. Go all the way down, Danielle. And then Lauren in the middle, and then Haley next to Ali, and then CJ. Either side, you can sit last at that table or first at this table. Boom, he made a decision.
Sit in the middle.
Sit in the middle. All right, there's a method to the madness here. Is that we're here to talk about e-commerce and digital marketing versus traditional marketing, as if there was a difference. But it's instructive to think about traditional marketing in the brick and mortar world, perhaps, and think about marketing in the four P's, the fundamental P's. I think originally there were 12, but I can only remember 4. And those are product. What is the product that you're selling? Is it tangible or is it digital? And then there's the product and the placement. Where are you going to place it if it was a brick and mortar shop? Where are you going to place it on the shelf? Where are you going to place it in the store? Where are you going to place it in the distribution channel to be found most well? And then there's the pricing. And in the old world, along with the shelf spot, you had to have a price, and it was known and it was there. And people would fight you tooth and nail if you got to the checkout counter and they wanted to charge something different. So very, very stable, very cemented pricing. And then promotion. How are you going to promote in the brick and mortar world? Signs within the store, billboards on the outside, broadcast in mass media in the local community. Go to digital, and we know that all the rules seem to fall apart. But those 4 things still have to be done. You've got to make intelligent decisions about your product, where you're going to place it, how you're going to promote it, and so forth, and distribute. So what I'd like to do, I'm going to put my glasses on to do this. I'd like to introduce, this panel is amazing because it represents the whole value chain of marketing as we know it, and in particular in the digital domain. So first, on the far side, I've relegated Danielle all the way down to the far end, not because I don't like her, but because she's the most important, because from a marketing perspective, she's the consumer of the marketing. She's an entrepreneur. So Danielle, let me get this straight. Danielle is the founder of the San Diego Acne Clinic, and she's the CEO of Clearstream Skincare. Clearstem, oh, she's gonna kill me because branding is everything. Clearstem Skincare. She's formulated a skincare line that is both anti-aging and anti-acne simultaneously. And she goes out, she formulates her own products, she brings them to distribution, she uses e-commerce to go out there, she does the whole deal. Next to her is Lauren Petrullo. Now, Lauren Petrullo is the founder and the CEO of Mongoose Media. And she's a professional services consultant, particularly concentrating on branding and placement. And she works with people like many of you in the audience, and even that's why I placed her next to Danielle, because I'm trying to put them together. Maybe she's got a new client over there. But Lauren's an expert in targeted marketing, personalization, and figuring out what works and what doesn't on a very personalized basis in the E-stream. Next we have is CJ Terrell. He's the CEO of Chatfully, a founder and CEO of Chatfully, who provides a platform to aggregate and standardize diverse messaging channels into a single seamless interface for sales pipelines operations. He's making complicated communications among sales professionals and all stakeholders more effective in managing the sales funnel and complex sales. So he's right there, and he's enabling all of your sales teams and the value chain and the funnel where it matters, and he's simplifying the world using technology to do that. He'll tell you more about that. And then we have Haiti Sperling. Haiti Sperling is she's the chief strategy officer for Pro America 360. And what Haiti does is she brings a true double-sided platform, e-marketplace to the market. And on one side of the platform, she's charging small and medium-sized businesses that have something to sell to very specific demographic and psychographic consumers on the other side. The small and medium-sized businesses that want to sell to these consumers pays for the privilege of being on the platform. On the consumer side, she's enabling like-minded people that are community-oriented and they have the same values in life to aggregate them there and allow them to work together, build community, and then be served by people that are particularly looking to serve them. It's a classic e-commerce platform story. And then finally, to my left is Ali Abbasi. He's the CEO and founder of Locomotive. Now, what they do at Locomotive, they have a software as a service platform that enables customers being directors, vice presidents of marketing that have a big problem on their hands. They've got tons of media, they've got tons of platforms out there, and they've got to try to rationalize it. And so what they do at Locomotive is give you a platform to manage your media spend and your scheduling and to optimize getting the right spend through the right channel for the right segment that shows up there. Okay. That's why we've set up in this particular range, and now I'd like to get to the meat of the matter and actually hear from the experts in this value chain. So I'd like to start off with Danielle. Danielle, they're at they're at Stem Cell Research. They're at SkinStem. How do e-commerce brands explain complex products and value propositions without ever speaking to the customers?
That is a great question. Thank you for asking it.
I'm going to turn my phone off. And you know what? I'm not answering because it's from New Jersey.
Burn.
Anyone from New Jersey here?
Oh, I'm from New Jersey. I can say that. I can say that.
So the question is, how do you convey a complex offering to people that you don't get to speak to? This question is particularly important for my company because when you are solving something as complex as acne, which has a lot of different triggers operating at once, communication and troubleshooting is so necessary. So the way that we have gone about it is utilizing platforms that are based on communication, mainly Instagram. And we do Instagram Lives, we do live Q&As, we do shared Instagram Lives with other people in the community in the wellness space that they're adjacent to our brand. Too much caffeine. So we like to utilize Instagram to really speak our message and do the live Q&A function has been really, really good for us, and also guesting on podcasts. Targeted podcasts versus traditional wide media buys or wide like radio ads. We specifically do certain podcasts that we know our demographic's gonna be listening to, and that has worked really well for us.
So Instagram is very much a real-time interaction, is that the case? Versus the podcast, which you can schedule for later listening and so forth?
Correct. A podcast is more evergreen, so people can come listen to it a year later or longer. But Instagram is a lot more interactive because when you do a live, you let your audience know when you're going to be on, and they can come and ask you questions, and you can answer it for them in real time and get that connection with people that are all over the world.
And you have a very sophisticated problem that you solve for your clients, and you've got a value proposition that's pretty complicated. So the Instagram gives you real-time immediacy, but the podcast allows you to dig down into some maybe esoteric stuff that has real value for the customers, and they need a longer listen.
That's absolutely correct. We can go into complex explanations of like digestion and acne or liver function and acne, things like that, where we are trying to fill the gap between what they can get on the internet and what they're not getting told in their dermatologist's office. So I take the conversations that I would be having at San Diego Acne Clinic, where I have an hour uninterrupted with someone, and on a podcast, we are able to disseminate that information with just one prompt from the host, and then steer the conversation and lay out the information in a way that I know the consumer who's listening would be asking in their own head, and we can answer the questions for them as if we are with them, even though in that instance we aren't. But then if they have specific questions like on how to use a certain product, that's when they then know to come to our Instagram Live sessions, and they can just type in a question, we acknowledge them, we say, hey, thanks for joining, and then we answer their question right there for them. So using those two different channels to communicate with the audience has been fantastic for us.
Outstanding. Thanks, Danielle. Following on a little bit with the same theme, I'm going to go to Lauren and say, Lauren and I spoke very, very briefly before, but I know that we could go down the rabbit hole on so many interesting areas of sophisticated marketing. But one thing, Lauren, that you shared with me was, you said, and I'm interested in how you work with clients on the skill set and then the insights of the hook and offer, which is an important marketing skill set that can get lost in bigger data and data analytics where people just go looking for numbers and manage by the numbers. Tell us how you work with clients with the hook and offer issue.
So with regards to the hook and offer, especially around digital marketing, because when we talked about this offline, the idea is that with iOS 14 and now iOS 15 coming up, there's so many changes that are happening in the digital marketing landscape that's making it more difficult for advertising efforts to be made. But despite all the challenges that we're being pressed with the different marketplaces that we're advertising on, going back to the basics of what the hook and the offer are, which has been foundational for traditional marketing, is something that we've been leaning in a lot more towards. So similar to what Rinda was saying in the last speaking session, going into the heart of the message and delivering something of value, like hooking your end customer with something that's most interesting to them, and playing that into it is 90% of our effort now, compared to whereas a few years ago, we would be testing and trying all these different opportunities to buy traffic space, but finding what that hook is and what that offer is, because it's getting a lot of ad blindness, specifically to what Verinda was talking about. making sure that you can stay up and have a relevant conversation to what your end user is looking like. So whatever your Danielle Q&A's live sessions are, whatever that is titled, it's allowing the end user to see like, yes, this specifically applies to me. And so having the hook and offer put like front end all that effort into what that is how we start our conversations when we kick off calls with clients. Because if you don't have an offer or something of value to me right away, it'll be hard to advertise what the USP, the unique selling points are.
So how do you work with clients to make a decision about whether or not this segment with this offer is going to have enough bang for the buck in order to invest in the time necessary to make a really good hook and offer, and you're willing to spend the time and the money to create that to make sure that there's enough return when it comes around? How do you wrestle through that with clients?
So as an agency, we're the outside perspective looking in. A lot of times clients and other brands will be so focused on what they do, and they know their product's the best and most amazing thing in the world, but sometimes it's complex and the end user needs, like we're in the 3-second Amazon Prime same-day delivery mentality. So a lot of times we'll just use our team, which is a very diverse team. I'm based in Orlando, Florida, but we have team members across 9 time zones. And we just literally do a temp check and say like, is there any sex appeal to this offer? Would I react to this in any way, shape, or form? And a lot of times, like internally, I'll be called like the destruction queen, because I will say, hey, this sounds great to you, but will have no resonance with the community. And we say a lot of the time we have to start with curiosity. So if it's not curious or if it's not funny, similar to how, again, Verinda was talking about like adding a sense of humor into whatever that language is, then we can start from there. But most of the time it takes like 20 or 30 rejected offers or phrasings before we can even dive into one that makes sense. So if I were to make a recommendation to anyone, it would be figure out something that your audience wants to ask questions about, because you want to start that conversation, especially if you're not in a brick and mortar place and you're online. Starting that conversation can lead to the conversion. And then like you have the live Q&As, you're able to discuss more complex ones. But how we determine if it has appeal is we'll do it within our team and make sure no one is connected to the brand to see if there's any sex appeal, and then we'll ask people in their targeted market.
Now, with the echo, I'm listening to hearing it echoing, so I missed. Did you say that you're the destruction queen, or what was that?
I'm the person that tells our clients that their baby is ugly. So like,
okay, the destruction queen. I just want to make sure I heard that right.
Someone will be like, can you evaluate my landing page? I'm like, this looks really cool. I know you spent a lot of time and energy on it, but like, where is your call to action? Where is the offer? Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be taking. This looks really pretty, but it doesn't work on mobile. So I call people's babies ugly, but I get paid to do it.
Yeah, you get paid to do it. And so I just want to say, yeah, exactly. Do you hear this? Do you hear this? Lauren, I've just fallen in love with her as a consultant, and that she's willing to deliver the tough message, because that's what she's getting paid the bucks to do. Not to tell you what you want to hear and go down and waste money on that campaign that's going to be dead on arrival. So thanks very much for showing up in this vein. It's really cool, Lauren. Thanks a lot. The Queen of Destruction. Ladies and gentlemen, hire her immediately. All right, I'd like to move over. We'll come back. We'll do some more destruction, but
I can sit in the next seat if you want to ask me another.
And she's smart too. She's smart too. CJ, you're a master of messaging up and down the funnel, up and down the customer journey, and so forth. So let me ask you, what does it take for people to define and execute a digital strategy that makes clear the marketing and sales funnel and how it impacts people if they do that or don't do that well?
Sure. So when it comes to messaging, the first part is how do you even define messaging? I was mentioning to some people earlier, there's a lot of sophisticated techniques and tactics, or however you want to define it, but it's a matter of how you even define the words that you use first, because team alignment, client alignment, customer alignment on separate levels are always going to be different. They're always shifting because there's different types of topics that are coming up, different types of value systems that we assign to each word, and let alone the even syntactics, technical jargon for basically the order of words that we place on a screen, on a page, or on a wall. Messaging is about getting to the root. So the root for most people are their values. the single entity, the word, or the combination through a phrase of words. Knowing what that is key. Understanding that with your gut sometimes helps, but testing that rapidly online is what really works over traditional media where you don't really know what that feedback loop is. When it comes to e-commerce, when it comes to SaaS or other forms of online selling, it works really well if you know the types of words to track, how to track them, and over what frequency of time, and knowing how to iterate that between A/B tests, knowing this type of segment's going to work with this particular word versus this type of segment, and what do they basically click on the most. So that's kind of a high level, but the idea is you got to kind of start there to know how to get to the lower levels. Once you get past these values, single words, or principles, more modes of action, single ways, I want to do this, or I like to buy this, for these reasons, starting with why, Simon Sinek, which was mentioned earlier. Then you can start to expand into more topical references. What topics do they like? What pages do they like on social media? And other sorts of branched off topics that will more likely change over time, but are still rooted in that core value that they have. When you have this core value, you can find more people that are like them because they're going to resonate with it most, because they're clicking on it most. There's advertisements you place or the posts you place. So I would say that would be the fundamentals to start with, to understand what our messaging is and then how we're understanding if it even resonates with people.
So let's go back and as many people as are in the audience, there might be that many different definitions of the stages of a sales and a marketing funnel. But let's just put a few of them out there and talk about your impression of how does the messaging differ between one and another part of the stage. If we think that the first stage of the funnel is bringing the prospects and the consumers to awareness, and then helping them, second stage is they're entering into active consideration, and then the third would be making the purchase. Yep. And then the fourth, post-purchase, customer relationship development and ongoing into the customer lifetime value, right? So tell us, just pick any two that you want that you can demonstrate for us. What's the difference in how we have to think about the messaging in some of the stages?
Sure. So to quickly build on that too, I define it in 4 stages for pre-revenue before they've handed you any money or given you they've signed up even as a user, non-paying. You have basically contacts. These are people who have viewed something or listened to something on a podcast, et cetera. They've not expressed any interest to engage with your brand, but they're simply there in a database. Then you have the next level, which is a marketing qualified lead. These are people who have expressed interest one way. You have no idea if they're willing to buy or if they can buy. You haven't qualified them yet, but they've at least wanted to learn more. Then you have more of a sales qualified lead. You already have that qualification in, but now you know. They have the money to do it. They're ready to do it. They're the right person to do it. That's the basics. And then at that point, now they have, assuming they're going to the next level or next conversion stage, they have become a customer, paying, or a user, non-paying. It helps just kind of stand on the balance sheet the differences between the two, but basically they're using what you offer. Those would be the pre-revenue stages, but in terms of messaging, just understanding based on if they've expressed intent, but you have no idea if they can or will buy or when they will buy, understanding that selling them at that moment is not relevant, right? You don't want to sell them at that point. You want to educate them. You want to give them a little bit more ideas into how they could potentially use this, not where's the credit card. And when they're at an SQL, sales qualified stage, well, maybe it's about time, but it also depends on the segments. The primary ones being B2B, selling to businesses, selling to consumers, or university or government. Everyone, they're all humans, but they all have different types of buying intent, different timelines of which they purchase, et cetera. But going back to the messaging that I was mentioning earlier, just knowing what they're looking after, what types of words do they keep using in their timelines in terms of time frames they want to buy it at, or other types of people that they typically reference to in their teams, what paperwork needs to be signed, et cetera, and in what order. When you go to businesses and governments, it's a lot more complex, but typically consumers are, if you can convince them in the moment, they will probably buy, as long as they trust you and they believe that it can really help them on their daily activities or livelihood activities.
Great. Thanks, EJ. Next, I'd like to go over to Haiti. Now, I mentioned before that Haiti is the chief strategy officer, and she brings an actual e-commerce marketplace to reality in a two-sided platform. So Haiti, we talked about a lot of different things, but one thing that really struck a chord was when you helped formulate the question, when, if ever, would it be advantageous to move away from traditional marketing and adopt a digital marketing only approach to e-commerce?
I think there's two parts to that. One, are you ready? Right? So is your brand ready? Can people see your brand on a subconscious level within 30 seconds, understand, do I identify with this entity, with this organization, with this business platform? The other one would be emotion, right? So not when you want to move into a digital only, can you connect emotionally with people? You know, I think Zig Ziglar said it best, right? I'm pretty sure everybody probably chant along with me, but people don't remember what you say, but they remember how you made them feel, right? So when you're looking at switching over to digital only, and for the record, we use traditional marketing heavily, okay? So I'm not here saying we do it, because I'm just going through the question of, because I feel that with the generations that are happening, there is a trend going there. So I think, and the second part would be the generational marketing. Now, we actually have more data where we can really dive into generational marketing. You have your baby boomers, right? So the baby boomers, they're very high spenders. They spend a lot on travel. They are a segment that you wouldn't think would be interested in digital only, but because of the pandemic, when you look at the research, they are really adapting to the no contact, to the order, the delivery, the buy and pick up. So that's one segment you can think of. And we're looking at just general marketing in general. After that, you have your Z generation, right? So when you're looking at your Z generation, and Z generation right here, right? We're high spenders as well, right? So with your generation, you have your high spenders. They really focus more on reviews. So they're more of the ones that would post reviews on Yelp or Amazon, or et cetera. Then after that, you have your millennials, right? So your millennials, they're more into the e-commerce platforms that are around convenience. I said, I don't want to walk my dog, you walk my dog. That's why I pay you to walk my dog, right? So that's the kind of e-commerce base that really connects with that generation. And then from there, you also have your Z generation, right? The new generation. Now with the Z generation, they're new to the workforce, right? They're starting to get into the workforce. But when you look at it, they actually have a higher spending. They do more transactions transactionally on e-commerce sites than all of the other generations combined, or not combined, but when you compare them. So I think when you're looking at when do we move digitally only, if you have a client base that's very heavy in Z and very heavy in baby boomers, I would recommend to start looking in that direction.
You know, it's really interesting. You provide this marketplace, this platform, and all the businesses on one side trying to get to these different demographics that you present, that you aggregate for them. Each company, for the time being, in their relationship to your platform, you're their e-commerce channel, and you're their funnel. What does the platform do in terms of advising, selling them services? Do you become part of their marketing team? Do you give them strategies to think about, and do they expect that of you, and they take your advice, or are they free to use your platform randomly, however sophisticated or unsophisticated as they may be?
Yeah, so it's because our platform is value-based, and it does connect people on an emotional level, we have to be careful to make sure it's organic. So the one thing you don't want to do if you are looking, or if you also have your own e-commerce platform, is you don't want to be that bait and switch where people sign up for you and then you're just bombarding them with like, well, we need to update your social media and we have to do this and we can charge you for that. So it's something that it's kind of on a case-by-case basis, because on our platform, because it's so specific, we don't just let anybody on our platform. They actually do have to be vetted out. So during that vetting process, we're able to see, okay, you know what, this person
might need help with their website. This person might need help with this. They might need help with recruiting. But that's something that our salespeople are able to stretch it out, if that will, right? You don't want people that once they're actually approved on our site, they're excited, they're connecting with that specific customer base that they want to connect to. All of a sudden, they get bombarded with all of these pricing and all of these different options. So it needs to be an organic process, but kind of just led by our sales team.
Outstanding. Yeah, you don't want to sell out your consumer constituents that you've built up trust, common values, and so forth. So that's one platform. Another platform is Instagram that Danielle called out. Danielle also uses the podcast as another platform for her marketing. Do you use Facebook?
Yes, so all the ads that we run are actually Facebook and Instagram, and the Facebook Ads Manager will optimize it for each platform. We do have a Facebook presence because you kind of have to, but we mainly focus on Instagram because that is where our demographic mainly hangs out.
Yeah. So we've got at least three or four platforms that you're using. How many people here are in charge of marketing, and you're using only one platform? I don't see any hands. How many people are using at least three? Keep your hands up. 4, 5. Okay, there's still a couple hands up at 5. I have to think your day-to-day life is nuts, and you're here just to grab some sanity back for some me time. And I admire the fact that you're in this room and not out at that pool that I passed by coming in here. But the reason why I ask this question is because the next question is for Ali. Ali's got a software as a service where he's intent on figuring out this cross-platform spend and play and then rationalizing. So Ali, what are in this world of, or in this context of e-commerce versus traditional, what is your perspective on platforms? What's important there in this context?
So I'm going to address this a little bit more tomorrow in the keynote session about the future of marketing technology. But to summarize it, I always like this quote from Henry Ford. You know, he said that half of my marketing dollars go to waste, but I just don't know which half, right? And so, you know, it made sense when he said this. It was during the time we did a lot of traditional marketing, your billboards, radio, you know, newspapers and so forth. And now we're in the digital age, you know, the e-commerce sphere, and we say, well, that's maybe not a problem anymore because, you know, we have data, we have insights, they track impressions, users, and so forth. But the reality is there's still a lot of wasted dollars out there. And that problem hasn't been addressed. So we have a lot of information as to how people interact with our ads. We have a lot of information about who we're targeting and so forth. But how much are we wasting, really, right? And so when you incorporate the sales funnel into this, and you say from awareness to consideration to purchase and post-purchase, what campaign for which consumer on which platform is helping move them along that channel? And when they move along, do I pause the other ones? When do I pause them? And where's the bottleneck? So do they, you know, is most of my money being spent on consideration? What is causing it? And which platform is working? Because one of the things I've realized in my years marketing for various sectors is these platforms, they all tell you how great they are. Nobody's going to say, oh, I'm sorry, you wasted your money. This didn't really work out. You know, they don't tell you that. They give you reports like, hey, look at how many people we've reached, and look how great the impressions are. And the other thing is everybody claims that revenue. So there was time we were working with a client, and we're like, there's not even that much revenue. When you combine it all, like you have millions, and you don't. And so we said, you know, we have to address this. And the way to address it is integration, making them work together in a sales funnel. So from a marketer's perspective, when we meet with CEOs and executives and marketing directors, vice presidents, they wanted to know, you know, what campaign or message is working for which stage of the funnel, and they want to have a visual about how that works. So, you know, the LinkedIns, your Facebooks, you know, your MailChimps, all of them combined, what does that look like for me visually, and where are they going, and when do I pause one campaign and start the other? And there's millions of dollars there, depending on how much you spend.
Easily,
yeah.
Easily. Each one of those is It's like a boat. A boat is a hole in the water that you pour money into. That's what these are. These channels are like going out and buying a brand new boat. And it's the opportunity to just pour money into it if you're not thinking about what you're doing every step of the way. You know, so let's get specific. I'd like to go back through the chain again and think about very specifically, what surprise, what interesting finding do you come, what real life situation, Danielle, you as a entrepreneur and marketer yourself, as the one bringing products to market, and everyone else here in marketing enablement, Danielle, do you have a particular story that you got it right? Something you just didn't expect, you did, and it started just working, you didn't even expect it.
Ooh, that's a good one. We've had a couple of major wins lately. Let me think of one that would be most applicable.
And by the way, that could have been a formulation too. You might have had a sleeper of a formulation. It doesn't have to be technical e-commerce.
All of our formulas are phenomenal, but we had one that was actually an accident, that ties in perfectly to your question. So I wanted to formulate a serum that would, the theme around it, it's called Bounce Back. And the theme around it was to reverse the stress, the skin damage of the stress caused of COVID, because everyone had like maskne, they weren't getting their facial treatments, self-care was kind of out the window, everyone was like drinking a lot more, and just things were awry in people's health and personal life, and it showed up on their skin. So I wanted to create something that would essentially help us bounce back from that. And it wound up being a massive success. So I like to add as many actives as I can to a product, and I do it in percentages that are far higher than other brands do. Like, for example, a vitamin C serum, a company can market that, and it could be 0.01% of the formula. And this happens all the time. So what I like to do is say, what's the maximum I could put in there? And then I do that, and then you get to your cost, you do your cost analysis, and then you charge accordingly based on the ideal formula. So basically, long story short, I put so many actives into this bounce back serum that it came back too thick. It wouldn't go through the pump. So I was like, what do we do with this? And then I was like, ooh, but it feels really good around the eyes. It wound up being our new eye gel. So I had them thicken it a little bit more, add a couple of products, or a couple of ingredients, that are specifically for the eye area to brighten it and clear the lymphatic, inflammation that appears there. And voila, we had an eye serum. And then on top of that, the Bounce Back serum did go into production. It was supposed to be a limited edition thing because it's expensive. It's a $98 item, and it's more of an anti-wrinkle benefit than it is an acne benefit. So we're like, we don't even know if our community wants this or wants to pay for something at this level. Sure enough, they did. It totally worked, and the peptides that we use are so firming that people are using it instead of Botox. So now it's our no Botox serum, and it has taken on a whole life of its own.
Outstanding, and there's a secret to marketing. Whenever you're not sure about a product, add a 0 to the price and see what happens.
Honestly, though.
Beautiful, beautiful. And what was the favorite e-channel that really pushed that bounce back?
The favorite what?
Which of your e-channels or of your platforms really pushed you saw the response from the market?
The biggest response we had, promoting it on Instagram, yes, but it gets diluted because that's how we talk about everything on Instagram. We actually signed up for a service called Attentive, and it's an SMS marketing service where you can, people opt in with their phone number, they get a code, very standard now on every e-commerce site. But we did a blitz campaign where it was every 3 days in a row, we were sending targeted messages about this serum. So the first one was about the ingredients and what it does. The next one was about just reviews. And then the third one was a code to use it. And we did so many sales that day. I think we did $12,000 just on that one day from that text campaign.
Congratulations.
So, yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you. Great example. Great example. Lauren, how about yourself? What client situation, whether you were being destructive or not, what client situation the client was surprised, and you were even kind of surprised the way that the situation turned out using a particular channel or something?
Well, she fell out of her chair. She thought her bank account had been robbed, but reverse robbed. So a client of ours, they were doing about $400,000 a year in sales. They're a beverage mix company, so you add this syrup to your coffee or to your cocktails. And positioning her in the destruction kind of way, for her, this is a brand she made out of her garage and had done well. She had been placed in a few brick and mortars, and most of her transactions were done in store and to the B2B level. And we came and like, hey, we really want to introduce a diversification of your marketing channels. And we did some Facebook ads, some Instagram ads, and our first like destruction meeting, if you will, she was saying that her brand had so much authority that we could just stick this logo on and everyone will know it's the bee's knees because it's available in large box stores. I disagreed. And I said, let's leverage other brands that really do have that brand power. And we leveraged their colors and tried to do indirect comparisons. And it was something she was quite afraid of. But what we had done is this low-calorie syrup, we had done theirs versus ours, and had done the hook of why spend 17 times more or why consume 17 times more calories in the morning for breakfast when you can have this for 0 calories. And she did in 1 month what she had done in a year. So that worked really well, even though I had to tell her that, yes, your baby's pretty, it's just not very famous. It's not Instagram famous yet. And so when we had done this, we really went in heavy on the Instagram and Facebook platform, is the channel that we found the most success in, and that's continued. That's a 2-year-old campaign that they're still using and incorporating in their diversified channels, including TikTok and Snap. So that was just leveraging someone else's brand to elevate theirs.
Yeah, you know, in the last session, the keynote right after lunch, the horse, the Clydesdales, Budweiser, the Clydesdales, they show up every year. And it doesn't, well, I guess it has because I haven't seen them in a while, but it doesn't get old. And what you're saying is that you had not exactly
They're in Orlando,
evergreen.
by the way. Those
Pardon me?
Clydesdales are in Orlando.
I couldn't hear.
Those Clydesdales are in Orlando. They were taking a vacation at the Happiest Play Center. Not happiest, it was SeaWorld, but close enough.
Yeah, they get tired of the snow too. But think about the evergreen nature of that campaign that you did. That's just you have to watch out for those, because if you're getting the message right, if you're getting the hook and the offer right, and it's generically right, it's not just kitschy and of the moment, properly nurtured, these can go on for a long time.
Yeah, we were able to actually change it. So we had been leveraging Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts because that was where individuals were spending just as much on their coffee, a specialized coffee. And we're saying, hey, you can make 30 cups at home for the same price point of having an expensive Starbucks. And then you get to save 6 bajillion calories. So then we started making seasonal components. So then we had the pumpkin spice latte comparison, the peppermint mocha comparison, and then bringing in other brands. Because there was quite a bit of ad fatigue, because you can only show, well, you're spending $20,000, you're going to end up showing it to the same people over and over again.
Outstanding. I'm going to take a time break. We're at exactly, I think, 2:30. How much time? We have 10 minutes. I just want to go through CJ, and then we'll take a couple questions from the audience. CJ, real world specific surprise to you in the channel.
Sure. So mine's different than others in terms of making a powerful product simple. Don't get me wrong, I love creating content and promoting it, but one of the most powerful ways I've found to get the word out is actually through advocacy, making people love what you offer, whatever that is. Chatfully being a communication platform, we found a really cool fit last year, actually a year and a half ago, and it was with one of our first customers. And this was just a very simple referral. They got on the platform, it's a nurses union, and this was actually before COVID started. And they were very traditional. They just made personal phone calls and sent emails, but they were getting less and less responses. And they saw our platform. They didn't totally understand the full potential of it. We do SMS at scale. We bring in Facebook messaging and Twitter and web chat all in the one interface. And so it's really convenient for a lot of sales and service teams to just want to respond faster, send faster, et cetera. But they were totally new to this. They were still using fax. So we had to educate them on it a little bit. And we didn't see him using the platform a lot in the first month or two, and we asked him why. Well, he said they needed to do specific tagging. And I know this is very specific to our case, but the message I'm trying to get across is making your product, whatever you offer, usable. It may be the best thing in the world, but people don't know how to use it for their particular case. It makes a world of difference. Here's a real world example. We changed the tagging feature by making it one less click, meaning they clicked into a page and then they saw it. Beforehand, they clicked into that page, they didn't see it, they had to click another button. I know it sounds simple, but by that one change, they have 5,000 nurses in their nurses union. And they started using it like gangbusters when we did that. And it was in January of last year. And because they got used to it beforehand, they actually used us as their default communication platform for 5,000 nurses across California. And it was one of the most proud examples I've had, at least recently in my career, of how we built something that could allow people to deliver real-time information for hospital use, especially during COVID. And it was just really simple tweaks. And it's how we got there, is just asking, how can we make this more useful for you? How do you go about doing your work and communicating on a day-to-day basis? It didn't take rocket science. It didn't take sophisticated surveys. We're just talking to people on a very simple basis and getting to know what they want. And we made it happen. And they continue to use us today. They're actually one of our happiest clients among others that we're adding on to. But again, whatever I have a simple phrase I keep in mind for this, for use. Is it usable? And then is it useful? In that order. Is it usable and useful? And we follow it every time. And we see higher engagement, we see more revenue, we see higher communication and faster communication. We have people logging on practically every single day. It's amazing. We don't even really promote to them. They just do it themselves because they love what we offer, because we ask them. So that would be my message.
Yeah, a really powerful message that it's not rocket science. It's that one click that can just stop progress. And if you pay attention to it, it could just open the floodgates. So Haiti, how about yourself? What specific either, well, there's too many people on your consumer side, but do you have a specific surprise or win on the business side?
I don't know how I'm supposed to follow up CJ. I would like to switch seats. That touched my heart. But I guess our delightful surprise was we found a better way to track traditional marketing. So on our platform, we created a affiliate program. So what we did is we took the base price of our product, we went ahead, added 25% up, so this way we can give everybody affiliate codes, because our platform is not just about the users and of course also the small business owners, but we want everybody to win. We want everybody to win in that token of specifically commerce. So in creating, in being very heavy with an affiliate program, everybody gets a code. I mean, you get a code and you get a code. It's under your seat, everyone gets a code. You can have 5 codes, I don't care, as many codes as you like, right? So, but by doing that, we started, it really helped us understand where we need to spend our time and our money. We actually found out that there were some really big organizations, there were some really big companies that with them it was either A, that they have a lot of users or they have a lot of potential, but they weren't utilizing that traditional marketing, right? The booth wasn't in the right place. They weren't sending out the emails at the right time. It was just little things like that we were able to kind of pick up. And on the other side of that, we realized where are we going to spend our money, because we had smaller entities or individual people or groups that they just blew it up. They just completely got out of the water. So we actually gave them more resources to help them with that. Now it is, again, a little different than digital marketing, right? I can't, I don't know, what device you were on and what part of the house you were in and whatnot when you actually purchased it. But what it did is it gave us a really good idea of where do we need to focus our intention to help this specific segment grow.
And it was interesting because you made it possible for everybody to become marketers with the affiliate code.
Yep.
And it brought them all immediately into the domain of e-commerce. Very interesting. Very interesting. Ali, how about yourself? Any specific examples?
Yeah, I remember one where we were working with a partner in the education sector, and they were selling continuing education courses. And for those who don't know, continuing education courses, like, about any topic, you just take a course here and there, you don't have to sign up for a degree. And we were doing the marketing, and we realized that, we're reaching good audiences, we're seeing, the impressions are good, the clicks are fine, there's a lot of people that come to the website, and then we, use tools like Crazy Egg, and we see, they're interacting with the site, and then we see they're putting these courses, in their cart, and, but the conversions weren't happening. So we did what every marketer tends to do. It's like, hey, more prospecting, and, throw that money in there. And sure enough, we said, we need to look at that funnel, going back to that sales funnel, about, well, what is happening and why are we not getting these conversions if we have so much interaction and, so many courses are in the cart? And we started looking at the application. And we said, okay, so, that's what we looked at. And we realized that they were asking for a social security number. And I wouldn't give somebody my social security number if I want to take a course, right? And who wants to do that, right? So we realized that there was an administrator who thought it's a nice to have information, again, with the data, like get more data, but it's sometimes the simple things. So we went and we tried to convince them to take it out. Sure enough, there was a big no to that. So, took some arm twisting and we finally got them to take that out. The very next sales cycle, when the enrollments opened, we saw an uplift of at least 20% in revenue. That's about over $12 million that was sitting there. So just imagine dumping marketing dollars, trying to bring in more prospects, and not converting the ones that were sitting in that stage of the funnel was increasing our spend, lowering our return. The lifetime value was coming down. The return on investment was coming down. But sure enough, we just saw that funnel through. They got over $12 million more. And just it was that simple thing. So that's why I always talk about funnel management.
Another single detailed thing that you change. Now, this is big. I mean, one extra click, that was big. Yeah. But going after my social security number just to sign up and take a course. And actually, my wife and I just came in and checked into the hotel before. And the woman up front was saying, oh, use the M-Life sign up. I said, no. I was here a month ago, and they wanted my birth date and my social security number because they thought I wanted to gamble. She goes, no. I'll walk you through it. Just give me your credit card, and you'll get your keys. And so she was the equivalent of what you just did. By removing the demand of this personal information that there's no need for it, it was a major stumbling block. Listen, we are at the end of the time. It's 2:38. There's 2 minutes. Is there anybody with a pressing question? You've got the whole value chain here. If you want to ask one pressing question, and if not, I see a double-handed. Is that Scott? Yes. Scott, I met you before. How are you doing? What do you got?
This question is primarily for Danielle, but anybody can answer. What are you looking at in terms of size of podcast audience?
What are you looking at in terms of the size of the podcast audience was the question?
That is a fantastic question. So we actually just had our biggest and most powerful podcast interview ever last week, and it took us 6 months to get on this podcast. It was a paid opportunity. It was over $10,000, which is not typical to get on a podcast, but this one is literally our target demographic. So we wanted to go with them because not only is their audience huge, but they have a cult-like following, and that's mainly what we look for is, do people trust this host to bring them information? Like, for example, Tim Ferriss, he's like one of the biggest podcasts in the world. He's one of the few people I actually listen to. Like, take his advice, no questions asked. So we want to look for people that bring that level of authenticity and excellence to their audience, and that they're known for that. So we choose our podcast interviews based on that metric. This particular one we were on, it's called the Almost 30 podcast. They're big. It actually went so well that they fast-tracked our episode. It was supposed to launch on September 23rd. They fast-tracked it to the 15th of this month and offered to do an IG Live with us, because it went so well. So for audiences for situations like that, where they have such a dialed-in community and it's our target demographic, that's what we look for. But then we've also done smaller podcasts where it might be someone new, but who's in the wellness space, who's speaking the message that we want to also broadcast. So so sometimes it's us helping them by us guesting on theirs. So it really comes down to alignment, and that's the key thing. And I think alignment's the key thing with marketing in most channels.
Great question, Scott. Great answer, Danielle. If anyone wants to sell Danielle anything, advertise with Ferris. She listens to him. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a great panel. Thank you very much for the time.
All right, thank you so much, guys, Tom and panelists, for sharing your knowledge. Good stuff. They were talking about social media pages earlier in the panel, and it got me thinking, you know what, I'm just gonna go and delete all of my social media pages, pretend it's 1990, and just start calling everybody. But then I realized nobody's probably gonna pick up the phone, because they're all gonna be on social media. And then I realized, but how will I stalk my celebrities? Okay, moment of truth. Does anybody else use Instagram or Facebook to stalk their favorite celebrities? Come on, let's see it. Yes, I see a couple. Oh yeah, Instagram. Man, some people love trash TV, reality TV. Nope, give me Instagram. Give me some chocolate milk, and I'm just on there for days. Checking out who's dating who's losing weight, who's gaining weight. That's my thing. Moving on, we've got another killer keynote session coming up for you. And a part of me, the light here we go. Our next session, Designing a Marketing Strategy. By means of this keynote session, Amin Benahar will introduce you to the playbook of designing effective, engaging marketing campaigns. Amin Benahar is the Chief Digital and Marketing Officer at AVX Digital, which is a 5-time Google All-Star Inc., 5,000 award-winning digital and consulting agency. How about that? That's tongue twister. The stage is yours, Amin. Please come on up. We want to hear your knowledge.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, it's working. Great. Awesome. Hi, everyone. It's so good to be here. I still can't believe you're all humans. I've not been around this many people, I think, in over a year and 3 months, even though I live in Texas and we were pretty much reopened the whole time. I only wore a mask for 3 weeks, so I can't really complain. So who am I? And you do hear a little accent, so I'm Moroccan-American with a French touch. That's how I like to describe myself. I've lived all over the world. I blame my parents. I'm currently the Chief Digital Officer at AVX Digital. Prior to that, I was the General Manager in Silicon Valley of a startup where we raised $200 million from Alibaba. I've worked for Microsoft, Hilton, I've done startups, unemployment, exits, I've done it all. Oh yeah, and I co-wrote the first book on voice search 2 years ago. It's called Voice Search, the New Search Engine, with Courtney Cox, not the actress. She's the head of Children's Hospital's marketing team in Dallas. And if you guys are interested, I'll be more than happy to send you some copies of it, because voice search is still growing and happening, whether we like it or not. So today's topic is not voice search, it's how to make a marketing strategy. The first step is really knowing your customer. I think as marketers, we're so distracted with performance that sometimes we're so worried about showing an ROI that we really don't spend enough time understanding who are the customers and why. Are we even marketing to whoever we're marketing to? What are we trying to solve? What problems we're trying to solve? What content are we trying to put in front of these people? So the first step really in designing a marketing strategy for me is knowing your customers. And I think the Professor Michael, and I read your book in college, and the quizzes were super hard, so I don't know if you're still here in the room, but thanks. I think he touched on a lot of really good things this morning. It's not just about labeling people based on gender and demographics and behavior. It's literally spending time and energy understanding, for example, who is Amin? Like, who is this guy? What does he like? So if he likes soccer, does that mean he likes to watch the US League, or does it mean he likes to watch soccer in Spain? So just labeling people and only putting them in one category is not enough anymore. And remember, guys, COVID did us the biggest favor in the world by it literally sped up the digital transformation. Like what we were gonna see 20 years ahead, it's happening today. Like there are people that have never shopped online who had to shop online for the first time in their life. People that the idea of buying groceries online was not even a thing. And now they're used to only using Instacart because they never want to set a foot in Whole Foods or Walmart or wherever you go shopping. So even the customers, your customers a year ago are not your customers today and are not your customers 2 years ago. Spend a lot of time understanding who they are, because that's the first step into designing a great marketing strategy. The second thing is finding their trigger. For example, when do auto parts companies succeed the most? When the economy is poor, when your car is broken, when you've earned a bonus and you have something wrong with your car, when you have a stable income, when you're entering a new job. And one of the answers could be when the economy is poor. Even though during COVID, and I think because of all the help that a lot of people got, PPP, stimulus packages and all that, car sales actually did really well. In fact, car dealers have inventory issues. Even used cars are having inventory issues. But forget about COVID, but usually auto parts companies always do well when people have no option but fixing their cars because they cannot afford buying another car. So what triggers me to go fix my car is, again, the fact that I need a functioning car to go from A to Z, and two is I cannot afford anything else. That's the only alternative I have. And remember, every consumer has some kind of trigger. What triggered you to be here today? What triggered you guys to choose MGM? So there's always something that triggers a decision. Make sure you understand what triggers people to convert. The third thing is understanding the competition. This is actually, the left side is a research that I did, or we did for a client of ours. They wanted to compete against Smile Direct Club and Invisalign. So we have this meeting in Dallas. The guys, they're backed by a PE firm, so I was getting super excited. I'm like, yeah, millions of dollars. Then I was like, what's your digital marketing budget? They were like 30 grand. And we want to do Google AdWords and Facebook and the TikTok thing and all these crazy things. So all I did while we were in the middle of the meeting is literally trying to pull data showing what the other guys in the space are spending. We're talking about $1 million just in AdWords alone. And in fact, that was like, I think that slide is from probably 2 years ago. So as you can imagine, Smile Direct Club are everywhere now. Everywhere you go, you see them even in malls. So they have even pop-up stuff. So they have raised even more money, and they're spending a lot more money. So what do you do here? What do you tell a client? And whoever said, like, you are the one who tells them that their baby is ugly, well, I had to tell them that they were broke, so that was no fun. So I was like, get out of this industry. You won't compete. So do you outspend them? Do you think smart? Do you go after long tail keywords? What do you do here? And those are really conversations you need to have internally with your team and involve everybody from the email marketing guys to the SEO guys. It could be that you need to be the Wikipedia for Invisalign, and that could be your game. You become the new WebMD for it. Like whatever the solution is, we did know that we should not be in Google AdWords no matter what because we were going to get killed. So we had to come up with strategies and help this client. So again, understand who your competitors are, understand what the competition is doing great, what they're not doing great, and do your best to outsmart them. Know what you want to say, then figure out where to say it. So let's see if this plays. All right, so who's Tip Top? If there are any Canadians here, you probably know who Tip Top is. They're one of the largest menwear brands in Canada. They're actually backed by Blackstone, and that's one of our clients. And they came to us during prom season, and they were like, hey, we want to push for suits, and it's prom season. What should we do? And that was, again, I think 2 years ago as well, or a year ago, and we told, 2 years ago, pre-COVID. And we told them, well, there's this thing called TikTok. Like, what's that? I'm like, well, it's kind of now the most downloadable app on the App Store, and it's creating all this. And again, we genuinely, because we knew who their customers were. They're there. They're not on Facebook, they're not on Instagram, they're on TikTok. So this 18-second simple video gave us the highest record sales month in the history of the brand. We also won a Glossy Fashion Award, which is this kind of fancy fashion marketing award in New York, against Saks Fifth Avenue and David's Bridal, for a fraction of the budget. Fraction of what those guys spent trying to get customers to engage with their videos. So what we did here is we followed the 3 steps. We knew who their customers were. We understand the competition. We know what triggers people. But what we did as well is that we took a step further where we ran 2 campaigns at the same time. One targeting the teens on TikTok, but the second one using connected TV, targeting the parents. Because we know we have the IP addresses. As you guys know, we're marketers. We know everything about everyone, but we can't tell the secret. So in reality, connected TV is as well one of the most beautiful inventions that us marketers have access to, because it allows us to target people based on behavior, based on what type of shows they watch. So we know that in that household, mom likes to watch X and dad likes to watch Y. So what we did is we targeted also the parents of literally every person we targeted in this campaign. And that's what also drove the results, because their customers was not just the 16, 17-year-olds going to prom and getting that were super excited, but it's also the parents that most of the time were having to pay for those suits. And the messaging was completely different. For the kids or the teens, it's cool, you're gonna look awesome, tonight is the night. And for the parents, it's like, I'm saving you money. So that's what we did, and it did fantastic for this brand. Oh, this slide, I love it. 5, don't ignore the full journey. This is literally a real website. So imagine wanting to go on a cruise, and let's say these guys are killing it marketing-wise. They're super good at targeting people based on behavior. They understand the triggers. And now we were tired, sitting, I mean, not my case, but a lot of you guys probably were, again, if you live in LA and New York, you were kind of, couldn't do much. But time to go on a cruise. So imagine you targeted me, I'm the customer, and I land right here. This is giving me a headache, just looking at it. I don't even know where to start. So just remember, guys, doesn't matter how good you are at marketing, what matters is user experience. Doesn't matter how good you are at targeting, doesn't matter how good you are at driving the right traffic. Doesn't matter if you're good on Google, Facebook, TikTok, name it. If you drive people to something like this, I promise you your conversion rate is gonna be horrible, and you should probably be fired from your job. And the reason why I always like to say don't ignore the full journey is you need to map out the full customer journey from point A to literally the finish line. Where did we first start talking? Is it social media? Is it Instagram? Is it like even specific to the channel? Is it Instagram? Is it a Google ad? Whatever that is. So like genuinely understanding where the journey is starting all the way through the finish line and make the finish line as smooth as possible. Why is Amazon one of the most successful websites in the world? I think we might all agree it's not that beautiful looking, but it's super easy to use. You're one click away from buying whatever you want to buy. It's super dangerous. I know that, like especially after midnight. So just be really careful with that. The 6th thing that I want to touch on is set clear benchmarks and goals. The beauty of what we do is that we can track everything. So there are no excuses for us. I mean, I think the traditional, I don't know if there are any traditional media guys, but I'm sorry, if you're in the TV buy, you can talk impressions, you can talk this. But for us, we're talking clicks and conversions, and there is no way around it. We are accountable for how we're spending our clients' money. So we need to put in benchmarks. We need to have forecasts. We need to look at quarterly. We need to look at historical data. I always say that if you have clean data, that's 50% of the job. That will help you genuinely understand who are your customers, how they're behaving, what time of the year, what time of the, even during the day, what type of device. Literally, spending a lot of time cleaning up your data and understanding data is gonna be 50% of the success of any digital strategies I've ever seen. And then, plan, execute, iterate. So the most important thing is reviewing what you're doing, understanding what's working, what's not working, shifting. Again, we have the ability, think about it, like if you are on TV, once you buy the TV spots for a month, it's a done deal. We can place whatever we want today and we can change it tomorrow. So we need to be really agile and interpret data in real time and make decisions that are going to be benefiting the clients, because ultimately, how do you define the success of any digital good strategy is the bottom line. Did we make money to our clients or did we not make money to our clients? At least that's how we're being measured. We as marketers can be as excited as we want with the clicks and the impressions and the likes and whatever, but ultimately, and I'm talking from the agency side, I know that 99.9% of our clients measure us based on performance. So with that, that's all I actually have. So I wanted to open it more for questions. If you guys have any questions, please raise your hand. Yes?
Do you think that in today's world, because of digital versus, say, traditional, that the amount of touch points that a consumer has to have with a brand is shortening or expanding in order to make that decision to purchase?
I think...
It used to be like traditionally, like you always heard it was like 7 to 10, but I'm a consumer and I've been known on Instagram to all of a sudden buy that Botox and I just saw it in a 30-second spot, yet I'm not going to go buy that detergent until I've been told 17 times. So I don't know how to figure out the touch point and when is too much or when is not enough.
I think that's a really good question, and the answer is it really depends on the product, and I love that you gave 2 examples, because, and that's where, again, I mentioned data is important. If you have clean data, you would understand, and if you have also a multi-attribution model tracking, you would know that person A came through Google, and then we had to talk to them again 3 times before they converted. Person B, so it's all has to do with your tracking and your multi-attribution that I highly recommend every brand to do, because that will easily answer your question. I can tell you from my experience, I've seen it where, for example, we have healthcare clients. When it has to do with health, it's multiple touch points. People take a lot of time to decide what they're going to inject in their bodies, or if it has to do with some kind of surgery. So they do a lot of research, they go online, they read the reviews of the doctor, so there's a lot happening there. As far as our e-commerce clients, it's literally a fraction of that. It goes from, I saw it on Pinterest or Instagram, I like it, I bought it. Why? Because you can return it. Most of the brands now offer free returns. Versus something that's major. We're talking homes, cars, anything where I think financially or it's physically can harm you in any ways, people are in need of reassurance and multiple touch points before they make a decision. And that's, again, just from our experience in our agency. Any other questions? I saw some more hands earlier. Yes, please. Yes.
What's the biggest cause for dirty data?
Dirty employees? I'm just kidding. I think it's a very good question. I mean, there's a lot of data. I mean, here's the thing. Programmatic, to me, for example, can be good or bad to any brand, because you can drive a lot of unqualified traffic, and that's going to mess up your whole data. Influencers. We had a brand that had this brilliant idea to work with, like how Kim Kardashian does this contest, but only in her stories, and suddenly you have 500,000 followers, and the next day you lose everybody, including your own followers. So I was like, please don't do that. It's not your customers. I promise you they're not watching Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Please don't do that. So they went and did it. Guess what happened? All of our lookalike audiences were gone. How can I target people who I know are not their customers and we're trying to use their primary data to literally target people who look like their customers? So I think a lot of it has to do with, I'll be honest with you, educating the clients of the importance of their data. I always tell all of our clients, even when I was on the client side, I remember at Microsoft, Hilton, when I was the GM of the startup, I would always tell my teams, data is our gold mine. Take care of it as much as we take care of the product. Because the reality is, if you have clean data, you're going to save so much money in the long run, because you're not going to be wasting dollars trying to filter and understanding who's really your customer and who is not. So I want to say it's educating the clients or educating the people that like, hey, we cannot run a Kim Kardashian contest when it is not literally our audience. But it also has to do with, transparency in our industry, because there are a lot of guys out there, unfortunately, and a lot of technologies and softwares that would go and promise the moon, and I'll give you 3 million impressions. I'm like, well, how do I know that this is the kind of traffic that I need on my website? So it's also making, a lot of these guys more accountable because they're hurting data and also our reputation in the industry overall. I'm sure if you guys are in the agency, I guarantee you've been in a meeting where somebody told you, I hate you, I hate agencies. Because I've had this guy and he promised me the moon, and I think a lot of it, comes as well from not being transparent and honest. So yeah. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
So that is diverse. Profiles change because preferences will come. So to clean the data. Oh, hello. To clean the testing. There we go. Cool. Thank you. To clean the data, what are your steps to do that? Because data changes and there's many different types of profiles.
Yeah, so first and foremost, we had one of the largest eyewear companies in the world, can't say the name, we're under NDA, but they flew 2 of my team members to China and also to their New York offices, where I had 2 of my data scientists, and yes, they're nerds, and yes, they don't talk to anybody but themselves, so that's all true. And what we did is actually we start from looking at the foundation. Is your GA implemented properly? Are the pixels firing properly? Like looking even at what they're currently collecting and making sure that it's clean. And one time we're right, it's wrong. So there is a pixel that's missing, there is a GA tracking that's wrong. So we always start by looking at the foundation before we get fancy and start implementing attribution models and using third-party software to either integrate with their Salesforce, or we do think where because our goal is always look at the whole journey. I want to understand, how did we talk to you? Why did you buy? That's how we approach data. But my advice to every brand is start literally by the basics. Make sure that whatever you're collecting, if you're using GA and Facebook and all the channels that we usually use to market, everything is firing properly and you're collecting clean data. That's how we start. And what we also do, and you might think it's sometimes, maybe we're kind of data junkies, but we even exclude IP addresses. If we know that the office has 20,000 employees and 20,000 employees are going on the website every day, so do you take really credit for those 20,000, or do you exclude them and then you show actual real data to the clients? So there are a lot of things that you can do in order to clean it, but those are some of the steps that we usually take. Any other questions? We have one. Awesome. Sorry, I think they're bringing you the mic.
So you touched based on building a persona, and we used to leverage Facebook's tool to do that a lot, and that just got deprecated for new industries that we go into, which is extremely important for someone like me who does SEO. So if you don't have data on a certain demographic, or if you don't have data on a certain demographic and that Facebook tool doesn't exist anymore, how do you build out your personas on how to market to them?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question. So the way we usually do as well with our clients, we look at the data, it's very important, no questions asked. But remember, getting the feedback from the people that are designing the product or the people that are working on whatever service they're offering can be also one of the most valuable feedback that you can get. And it can be at least a starting point into understanding who you're trying to target to. You got to be careful, though, because I think somebody said it this morning, sometimes we want to target to the customer that we dream of and not of our customer. So I think just put in a list of questions of, for instance, again, we work with a lot of e-com private equity firms that keep sending us all random companies, but I love it. We work with e-commerce, and every time you have a physical location, one of the questions I always ask is, how far do people drive to your store? Doesn't matter if you sell suits or you're a doctor, or it also helps you understand that, well, for this location, if you're doing local SEO, I need to focus on this city, this town, this, and that. Instead of trying, for example, in Dallas, there's like a million city between Dallas and Fort Worth, And trying to rank for every one of them, is a headache. So that saves my SEO team a lot of time. So it's also asking a lot of questions to the stakeholders and do a survey to their existing customers. We've done that in the past where we've asked to get a sample of 5,000 emails or whatever that is and sent an email with a bunch of questions and how would you like the brand to talk to you? Do you think we send a lot of emails? Literally as basic as that. And we've had an amazing response, especially when you have brands with people that are loyalists and advocate for it. They're always waiting for an opportunity to share their feedback because they feel like they're part of your brand. And a lot of companies forget to leverage that. If you've gotten to a point where people are lining up to get the newest phone or the newest Jordans, you need to take the time to ask these people how you can improve their experiences. And that's as well something that we do when we don't have access to a lot of data. Hope that answers your question. All right, any other questions? All right, well, thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate it. And
Thank you, Amin. Learn something new every day. Good reminders there. Clean my data, use benchmarkers, and follow Kim Kardashian so I can win something good. All right, guys, next we are going to take a quick 20-minute coffee and tea break, re-energize our brains, our minds, our bodies, all that good stuff. Enjoy talking to each other in the flesh, in person, without a computer screen in front of you, sitting in your pajamas. And enjoy. Again, we'll see you back in 20 minutes, guys. Thank you. All right, beautiful people, we are going to be starting up again. We're going to wait just a couple of seconds, see if we have any last-minute stragglers coming on in. Of course, I know people are just finishing up their coffee and their tea, shoving some of those Rice Krispie treats in their mouth. We'll be starting in just a second here. Oh, guys, wanted to let you know I did have a question regarding the Wi-Fi. A couple of your ears perked up. If you go to your settings and if you want to connect to, it's just the MGM Resorts Wi-Fi. You don't need a password and it's absolutely free. So again, that is the MGM Resorts Wi-Fi, and that'll be your best bet while you're here. Okay, without further ado, let's get to it. Great to have you all back. Hope you enjoyed the coffee and tea. And if you are looking to network more, get a little loose, we do have our cocktail hour, networking hour at the end of today. So that's coming up. On our next keynote, we have somebody great talking about the topic, marketing in a global environment. By marketing your products internationally, you get to reach out to billions of potential customers and gain an edge over your competitors. Through this session, the speaker will lay out the ingredients that go into the making of a successful worldwide marketing campaign. Please join me in welcoming to the stage David Tracy, CEO and founder of Northgate Marketing. Come on up, David.
All right. Well, it is that time of the day where I think we're all thinking cocktails. I am really happy to be here today. I spoke earlier, I mentioned that I grew up in a cross-cultural context. I'm originally from Wisconsin, but I was actually raised in Panama. My parents did nonprofit work, and so I grew up amongst indigenous tribes, traveled to about, I don't know, by the time I was 14, probably 15 different countries. By the time of my young adult years, around 40 different countries doing volunteer work around the world. Part of the reason I entered into marketing is I did work in the nonprofit sector for many, many, many years. And I think it's one of the things that taught me how important marketing is. As I don't know if anyone here has been involved in nonprofit work or has done advertising for nonprofit work, but the reality is that the demands are very high to do fundraising. And as such, you have to come up with very strategic ways of getting those funds or those resources or those projects and people to rally around that the common need. But the other thing is I realized that essentially nonprofits struggle a lot with being sustainable. And that's where I realized the gift sets I was using for marketing and in the nonprofit sector would be really well served serving anybody and thereby transitioning resources into nonprofits globally through my marketing efforts for businesses. And that was really the start of why Northgate began. Within that scope, having this network globally, I had this network globally via my nonprofit work, I had an amazing network of people I had met from around the world, amazing people in marketing, graphic designers, strategists, video production people, photographers, and the like, from all over the world. As such, Northgate is now able to do marketing in a variety of languages in multiple countries and continents around the world and growing very quickly, and able to do that effectively in multiple language and cross-cultural context because of our partnerships. And so today I want to talk about the topic of marketing in a global environment. The world is definitely becoming more and more globalized. I think COVID-19 showed us just how connected the world is. The reality is that we were watching the world map and seeing how one country would shut down, and then one city would shut down, and another one would open, and life would go back to normal, and then they'd shut down again. And it was really interesting to see the entire world affected in one common problem. In a way, though, in a positive sense, it also showed us how connected we were strategically as well. As a marketing agency, we began to realize, well, some cities or some states were more in lockdown. We had opportunities in cities or other states or other countries that weren't in lockdown, and so we would start targeting and strategically reaching out to those regions. To say the world is connected is an understatement. I love looking at some of the trends that we see. Some of these are very obvious, but I'm not sure if we had thought about them before. As an example, that the call center capital of the world is the Philippines. How many of you guys have tried booking a flight on by phone and ended up with someone from the Philippines who helped you transition you into booking your flight? I love the experience. They're very kind, very gracious, very compassionate. By comparison, I've had some very negative experiences here stateside where I get a phone call and they're like, what do you want? And so I love the gentleness of the Filipino culture. But today the Philippines has transitioned into a global hub of over 1.1 million call center workers. It's enormous. We also have India, the fastest growing tech hub in the world. How many of you guys have appreciated the many team members here that are from India from the PRISM events? I love getting to know Sagar, Sharma, and Shivani, and many of the others who have worked sacrificially to make this happen. So I felt like India had to be mentioned. But it is ranked as the third largest startup ecosystem in the world, with over 200 active angels, more than 100 accelerators, 150 VCs, around 4,200 startups operating in the nation. Amazing, amazing. And so Poland, of all places, is ranked as one of the top app development nations in the world. I didn't really think about this, but I started thinking about some of the apps, and I'm like, yeah, actually, you trace it back, and it is true. Poland, HackerRank puts Poland as a lead app development nation in the world, particularly in Java for Android applications. And so when we start looking, and there's many other examples, this is just three to kind of, just kind of get a sense for it, but we live in an increasingly more globalized world. The reason I bring this up is that for us as agencies who have clients that want to branch out into other parts of the world and want to start marketing their products in different languages or different cultures, how do we go about doing that effectively? Globalization is sometimes considered a very negative term. I don't actually consider it negative. There are some people like, oh, the world's getting more globalized. And I'm like, I'm happy for that. I love the fact that we get to connect with people from around the world. And we start to see that we start having more commonality while also getting to celebrate our differences. But when we start to see globalization, we realize that we can have more of a global cultural and economic and governmental integration. It's more easy for us to communicate. We start to have less barriers. We start to have less conflicts, cultural conflicts, racial conflicts, and learn from each other. I've learned so much from interacting with people from other cultures, interacting with people from other experiences than my own. And it served me really well, and I think it's probably served many of us well here when we start looking at consumer psychology and what helps us be able to market something for someone who's different than us. Perhaps we don't have the same experience, perhaps we don't have the same background, but we can still learn to market something and be able to push that product forward in a way that the people who do want to use that product will really appreciate. So in a sense, we're already doing this cross-cultural contextualization regularly as marketers here. We're doing that all the time in our settings as we look at different industries. Perhaps as an agency, you're already functioning in different types of industries, and then maybe someone from the automotive industry approaches you, but you've been primarily doing, I don't know, retail or fashion. But then how can you start doing automotive? Well, the same process, understanding that demographic, understanding that market, contextualizing it, getting to know them. Strategic partnerships are very, very, very key. And I think that one of the things I've learned the hard way was that despite the fact that I did grow up cross-culturally and I'm fully bilingual in English and Spanish, and I'm basically consider myself Panamanian where I grew up, even though I'm not Panamanian, I'm still not Panamanian. I'm actually not from Panama, I'm from the US. And so even when I was doing marketing in Panama back in the day, I still had to ask a lot of questions, the right questions to people who were doing marketing locally. And I learned a lot of things from them in that regard, and understanding things that I didn't know that appealed to that demographic, appealed to the people of Panama. By the same token, I was able to bring in different ideas and different perspectives from the US perspective into marketing in Panama, which was able to enrich some of the clients that we were serving there in Panama as a result, by combining our perspectives. And so strategic partnerships are key, especially when not every agency is going to have an expert on every culture in the world and multiple languages and going to be able to do that. So rather than start hiring up multiple people from multiple different backgrounds for your agency, forming partnerships with different agencies around the world is very effective, or can be effective if you have the right partnership. I absolutely love this. It's a prime example of a product that we all love and know, donuts. I think they had donuts earlier today. I actually avoided it. I had self-control, which rarely ever happens. And basically, this is an example of a donut in China that Dunkin' Donuts made with dry pork and seaweed. Now, to me, this sounds delicious. I lived many years in Chinatown in Panama, and this was the type of donut you would see at some of the local bakeries. Delicious, it's absolutely delicious. But I know for some people, this is like, oh, that's not a donut, but it's amazing. The flavors are absolutely amazing. So Dunkin' Donuts knew their market. They contextualized it so that they adapted their product to fit the palate of the people in China. Very smart, very effective. In that same way that we need to adapt our strategies in order to be able to invest in the lives and in the clients of those we're serving, and to be able to effectively communicate a marketing strategy on their behalf. Strategic global partnerships are key when it comes to localization, customization, consumer psychology, product price, placement, and promotion, language differences, values, business norms, religious beliefs, and holidays. I think that I said earlier, the best thing we can do is ask the right questions to the right people. In Northgate, in my agency, really, this is kind of a funny photo that was taken by our COOs, that's our COO, Philip Lin from Taiwan. His wife took this photo. We were just kind of goofing off one day when it was like sunset, and then we realized the photo kind of meant something to us. Really, as a partnership between me and Philip, a Taiwanese, really just a brilliant financial strategist, and our COO now, and myself, coming together, East meets West, to be able to start doing marketing globally. This partnership really made all the difference for me. It was the right person in the right moment at the right time to help us start as an agency, not only be able to do work in the US, but to be able to start branching out into Asia and begin to do marketing in multiple countries there. And it's been really exciting. But I know for a fact I would not have been able to do it without this guy. One of the things that really excited me the most about coming to this conference was the fact that there would be people coming from many agencies from around the world and other parts of the US and many different perspectives. And honestly, I was excited to learn, and am learning actually, and excited to network with anyone who is doing marketing in a different arena than what I'm doing, because I feel like there's always something new to learn. As a result, our team has progressed over time, and we have more and more diversity as we go forward, ranging from people from Indonesia, Panama, China, Mexico, Korea, Holland, and many more. It's been very exciting. Now, this is definitely a marketing conference, and when I talk about marketing, I can't help but talk about it from the nonprofit background a little bit, in that I think we all have an unprecedented opportunity as marketing agencies here to be able to give back to society, to give back in some shape or form. All of us here, we have the ability to get to know people really in the nitty-gritty of their lives. I don't know of any other industry where you really get to know people in as depth of a way as a whole as we do in marketing, where we get to meet with the owners who are, sweating and thinking and dreaming and nervous about their company, and we're able to talk with them and bring them through a process and a journey, a navigation of where we can take them to help them find their true north. It's an amazing opportunity to really get into the lives and relationships, but I also think we get a chance to meet people from many arenas of life. We get a chance to meet people in multiple spheres of society, in multiple states, in multiple industries, and so these networks are formed. And I think one of the highlights of my life has been able to see a need in one community in one country around the world where there's poverty, or there's a lack of clean water, or they don't have homes, and be able to connect, say, a construction company to them, or network someone who can help finance a project around the world. We have this ability to see and meet so many people, and this may be an odd thing to bring up in a marketing context, but I want to challenge everyone today. The world is connected, and the world has needs, and I think we have an amazing opportunity before us to make a difference. And all of us here have a story. All of us have a story of someone who came alongside of us and partnered with us and brought us to where we are today. And how much more can we do for someone else with just simply making the right connection? that network. And so this is not a very long topic I want to give, and this is certainly a topic that could go very, 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 very long in terms of global marketing. But really, I just wanted to inspire everyone today to look at what you have in your hands, to look at the resources you have and the networks you do have, and start thinking about ways that you can start funneling resources and networks and connecting the right people to the right projects worldwide to make a difference. I was talking with Sagar Sharma several months ago before this was even started, and one of the things I told him was I was excited to come to this conference because I would love to be introduced to some projects in India where I could go and be able to give back and bring several of my clients and several of my resources and be able to go and just make a big difference in someone's life or a community's life. And so this is some food for thought, guys, just to think about how life is short. COVID taught us that really we don't know how much time we have in this world. Things can happen and change at any given moment, and let's make a difference. Let's use the tools we have. Let's use the abilities we have to make a difference. Maybe find a nonprofit somewhere in the world or here in the US and advocate for them pro bono in some shape or form. We have the ability to do this, and so let's do it. And I just wanted to see if there's any questions, but that was really my little soapbox talk. But if there's any questions, let me know. Excellent. Well, I really appreciate the time. I think it's, oh, you do have a question. Sorry, it's really hard to see.
That come here to the US or any other countries to start, and I just want to create those opportunities and help out in any way and shape I can.
Yeah. Asombroso, me encanta. That's absolutely amazing. Well done. Thank you for doing that. And let's just give her applause. Anybody else have a story or something along those lines they'd like to share? Yes.
You talked about when you went into Panama, you went in and started studying the demographics to learn the area a little bit better. I work with local-based clients, so we have to do the same exact thing on each area and each new client that we bring in, depending where they are in the U.S. How do you go about really finding those niche aspects in the specific area so that you can use that in your marketing so the consumers can resonate with your approach?
Absolutely. I think it's one of the things I've done in the past is I've brought several 4 or 5 different people from different backgrounds from the same area and asked them the questions. What do you think your community is wanting? I can do some research from the external and try to understand it, but it was amazing to see a lot of it comes down to values. I can use an example of an advertising, a company that was trying to do shipping into Panama. Basically, it's like a FedEx type thing. Basically, their former marketing agency was marketing primarily to young people, but traditionally speaking in Panama, young people are still oftentimes, for many, many years, living with their parents to help support the family and to support their parents. And in many cases, it's not always matriarchal as a society, but it is semi-matriarchal in the sense that whatever mom says is the law. And so I said, I think we need to start marketing towards mothers as opposed to the young kids. And basically, it was a strategy to start changing the way they started marketing as a primary demographic, because at the end of the day, many of them were still living with their parents for so many, many, many years, and they were able to transition some of their thoughts towards that demographic more, and it ended up being a primary demographic for them in the end anyway. But we didn't necessarily know that right away until we asked a certain number of people in that community what they thought, and I think we saw common threads about it being a primary demographic was mothers. So, anybody else? Yes. So can you repeat again what it was you did fundraising for?
So they try to, sorry, they do, they don't try. They build schools in third world countries.
Amazing.
They bring fresh water, they bring like hygiene, different things like that the community specifically might need.
Absolutely, that's great. I mean, a lot of it from a nonprofit standpoint is about direct networking, and yet from a marketing standpoint, we would start doing targeting, where we would start directly reaching out to similar nonprofits or entities or 501c3s or charities that have a similar goal and try and connect them and follow the people who follow them, as an example on Instagram, to kind of engage towards that common topic. But oftentimes from a nonprofit standpoint, it's not as hard because there are, it's easy to give, guys, and people want to give. They just don't always know where to give. So if you can present them a very cohesive, like, killer presentation with a video story of someone's life and how it's making a difference, people are willing to give quite a bit. We've raised a lot of money over the years towards nonprofits, but video is a huge compelling component, going and showing the actual people, their story, and presenting it on social media or email campaigns or in conferences and events that have nonprofit events or so on and so forth. But it's about a story. I think oftentimes most fundraising campaigns tend to focus more on stats. And stats are fine, but stats are numbers, they're not people. When you can share a compelling story with the stat, just even one person's life. I think during that panel earlier this morning, Faith was talking about that, how we can hear the story of one person, one perspective, and if it compels people, it can be viral. So I would definitely I would use stories as a compelling motivator for people to give, and it's very effective. I saw a hand in the corner back there, too.
It's me, David.
Oh, hi, Faith.
Hi. So first I want to say bravo to you. I just love everything about you. I love everything of what you stand for. I love the call to action for each and every one of us as brands, as marketers in this room, to find ways to give will over mechanism. So can you share from your experience, what's the simplest step forward that somebody who is a marketer who doesn't have a philanthropic bent to their business, maybe looking like a Tom's Shoes model or something of the like, and give us one little nugget that we can get out of here and start being in this
Absolutely.
way? Thank you.
Great question, thank you. You know, that's gonna be different for every person, but I think all of us have something that has motivated us in the past. We've been moved by a story, a person we met, some situation, maybe some article we read, some conference we attended. I'm not even sure. There's so many examples. Rather than try to think, well, maybe we could give to this entity or whatever, think about something that already moves you, that you're already thinking about, because if you're going to actually have the commitment to make a difference, it should be towards something that you already care about. For example, my mother cares very, very, very much for orphans and children who don't have education. And she will work morning, day, and night to advocate for that. She's constantly pushing it. It's really the reason she's alive. She's living. It's like what she lives for. And we all have that. And there's so many different types of causes and needs. I think you just kind of think back into your memory bank. What are some things you're already connected to, you're already thinking of, or that you already care about, and then start thinking of ways to navigate through that. I think one of the things that we have done as well is we've talked about several of our clients actually taking them on a medical brigade. A lot of them aren't actually medical people. But to be able to we talked with several of them, would you be interested in joining us for a medical brigade in an indigenous village in Panama? And they're like, absolutely we would. We'd bring our employees, it would be a great trip, let's do it. And so that can be a great way to kind of inspire people towards action as well, is if they have an immersion experience in a context that's different from their own, that's life-altering and life-changing. And so there's many ways, but I would say start close to home. What do you already care about most? And then start thinking outside of the box in that regard. Anybody else? That's all the time we have. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, David. That was insightful and delightful. Now it's time once again for MARsum's exclusive awards and recognition ceremony. Dun, 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 dun. Leading individuals and brands have been making their mark in the industry and have been undeterred even in times of crisis. They have always been at the forefront of positive change, and we are honored to have such voices in our midst today, in this room today, of course. So to present the distinguished winners with MARsum's award plaque, I would like to have our, as I like to call him, our next Vanna White, please come to stage to assist me. If I can please call Mr. Toby Grubbs from Web Pro Solutions. Come on up. I'd written it on another piece of paper, and the other piece of paper ran away from me. Oh, let's say that again. Toby Grubbs from WePro. Thank you for coming up and helping me, Toby. And of course, we have our lovely Mo here who will also be helping us. So, to it, because I know you guys are all waiting for cocktail hour, aren't you? And so you can take some selfies with your awards as well. Our first award goes to Amanda Azar Walsh. Please come on up. Amanda, okay, we will reroute back to her. Our next award goes to Aaron Gobitis. Aaron. Okay, it looks like everybody stopped at the pool. There's a party and I didn't get the invite. I'm a little upset about it. That's okay. Next award goes to Adam Panetta. Adam. All right, Adam's here. You can go to the pool party after, Adam. Our next award goes to, from Tag Collective, Kari Nogus. Please come on up. All right. Our next award goes to Addie Patil. Addie, please come on up. Addie, okay. Addie's at the pool party, I tell you. Our next award goes to, again, Amanda Azar Walsh. Amanda, are you back in here yet? Nope. We're going to call her. Tell her she missed her award 2 times. Our next award goes to Austin Rickles. Austin, please come on up. From the back row. Take your time, Austin. Just do it fast. You could be Vanna White's brother. You know that, right, Toby? Look at yourself. It's a nice shot. Don't be scared. Congratulations. Our next award goes to Becca Cooper. Please come on up. All right. Please welcome next our next award recipient, Brian Steyerwalt. Brian, it's your turn. Yes, from the front row. You're in the perfect spot, Brian. Our next award goes to Carolyn Reese. Carolyn, there she is. Lovely. Please help me in welcoming next our next award winner, Dahlin Bernard. Going once, going twice. Our next award goes to Danilo Almeida. Danilo. All right. And please help me in welcoming next to the stage, Eric Rojas. Eric. Hello, congratulations. Round of applause for him, guys. Our next award goes to James Gammett. James, please come on up. Ooh, there were some extra cheers. You're popular, James. Way to hustle. Congrats. Can you do that the rest of the award show? I love it. You get an extra cocktail. Just kidding. You're hired. And the next award goes to, moving right along, Julian C. Rodriguez Jr. That's a fun one. I'm boring. I only have like 2 names. You got like almost 4. Congrats. Keep those applause coming, folks. Don't worry, cocktail hour is coming soon, I promise. And please help me in welcoming next our next award recipient, Carrie Janig. Carrie. Again, I apologize in advance for butchering any of your names. Not my intent, I promise. It's so nice as I stand up here and shake all of your hands and see your smiles that we are able to do that now in 2021. Isn't that nice? We're not in back of a Zoom camera, back of a computer camera. So nice. I can help you. Oh, very good. And there we go. Nice to meet you. Congratulations. Very good. And our next award recipient is Kimberly Carney. Kimberly, it's your turn. You got the black and white memo. Good job. Congratulations. You too. Thank you. Lovely, lovely. Very good. And our next award go to, moving right along, guys, Kyle Shaw Manning. Kyle Shaw Manning. Ooh, another popular one. You know what's great is I can hardly see your face, but I could see your smile as you walked up. That's a nice smile. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And guys, don't forget to, again, upload, download, all that good stuff, your pictures, Instagram, Twitter, all that good stuff. Hashtag MARsum 2021, hashtag MARsum Las Vegas, everything under the sun, we want to see your pictures. Because remember, what happens in Vegas does not stay in Vegas. Not anymore. So make sure you share everything with us. Our next award goes to Leonard Kim. Leonard. The next award goes to Leslie Martinez. Leslie. Woohoo. Yes. Nice energy. And please help me in welcoming next to the stage, Michael H. Kalikini. Michael. Congrats. And moving right along, a couple of awards left for today. Our next award goes to Paul Stikiti. Paul Stikiti, please come on up. Paul. No, you're not here, Paul. Okay. Next award goes to Tim Smith. Tim, are you in? Tim is not in. And please help me in welcoming next, TJ Farr. TJ Farr. There's TJ. And to wrap up today's VIP award ceremony, last but definitely not least, as we like to say, please welcome to the stage Weefluen's Yang Lee. Please come on up. All right, guys, and let's do one more round of applause for all of our winners. And that, ladies and gentlemen, marks day one of MARsum Las Vegas 2021. I hope you had a fantastic day, learned a lot, met some interesting new people. We are going to do it all again and then some tomorrow, same place, same time. Have a wonderful evening, be safe, and we are going to meet you in the next room over for some cocktails and networking, all right? Have a fantastic evening, guys. Thank you so much for your time today.